Good morning. My name is Greg Moody, and this is a meeting of the Tennessee Board of Utility Regulation.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
First item, I believe I detect a quorum. Could we please call the roll?
Chairman Moody,
Present.
Vice Chairman Moss,
Present.
Mr. Carter, Mr. Hampton,
Present.
Mr. Perkey,
Here.
Mr. Stone,
Here.
Mr. Giles,
Here.
Mr. Pelham,
Here.
and Mrs. Vanisdale.
Here.
Very good. I call the meeting to order. First item on the agenda is staff attorney will read our conflict of interest statement.
The board was created to act for the public welfare and in furtherance of the legislature's intent that utility systems be operated as self-sufficient enterprises. Board members are not authorized to participate in the discussion of or to vote on matters involving entities in which the board member has a financial interest, with which the board member has a conflict of interest, with which the board member has a contract of employment, or if there's any appearance of impropriety.
Thank you. Any comments from board members today?
Mr. Chairman, any matters to deal with the city of Spencer, I would recuse myself from.
Duly noted.
All right. Well, everyone, thanks for being here for another exciting meeting of the Tennessee Board of Utility Regulation. I'm hoping that this is going to be one of the shorter ones, but every time I say that, I'm wrong. So we'll see what time we get out of here. Just a few things to address at the beginning. For those of you online, just a quick reminder, please mute your microphone when you're not talking, and please have your video off if you are not addressing the board. But once you start addressing the board, obviously unmute and turn your video on if you'd like. Another thing, if you have called in instead of joining the Teams meeting and you wish to speak, you have to press *6 to unmute your phone while you are trying to talk on the phone. With that, board, one other item that I want to address, we're missing two members of our board, Mr. Michael Adams and Mr. Nick Newman. They are no longer on the Tennessee Board of Utility Regulation. Mr. Adams has since left his employment at the Water Authority of Dixon County, and Mr. Newman has left his employment at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. I'm sad to see them both go. I'm sure a lot of y'all are. They were on the Water and Wastewater Financing Board for a while and did a lot of great work. So I hope them the best in their future, but we will miss them on this board. We're working on getting the 2 new appointments made. Recommendations have been made to the governor's office, but the appointments have not been filled yet. So hopefully by our October meeting, we will have full 11-member board. We'll be able to roll on through. But with that, looking at y'all, but that's just gonna make this meeting a whole lot longer than it needs to be. So with that, Mr. Moody, let's go ahead and start with the approval of minutes.
All right, next item on the agenda in your packet, you can see that the minutes have been provided from our March 14th meeting. Is there any discussion? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve. I caught one small minor thing on page 10. I believe it was 10. Yeah, Town and Mason. It says, it'd be nice if we, I think it ought to mention that they used to formerly were working with East Sevier County Utility District.
We can make that edit. So you'd like the minutes to reflect that the same company, Alliance Water Resources, also worked with the Sevier County Utility District that was previously in front of us.
Right.
Yeah, we can make that edit.
That's it.
Can we have a revised?
As amended, yes.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from our March 14th meeting. Any discussion? None being, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The minutes are approved.
Next is the public comment period. We have not had anyone request to speak in the public comment period. Obviously, there are individuals in the audience that will like to address the board on SAP utilities in which they're stakeholders. But as far as the public comment period is concerned, we haven't had any request to speak. And so again, reminder for those online, please mute your microphone. And before we continue, the one other thing that I neglected to mention earlier for everyone here, we will be taking a lunch break at 11:30 a.m. should last somewhere between 30 minutes and 45 minutes. But whenever we get there, we'll announce it and say what time that will reconvene. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to move to the merger hearings of the South Fork Utility District and the Bristol Bluff City Utility District, and you can find that on page 18 of the packet.
Please proceed.
All right, so the South Fork Utility District, they've been under our board for a while. They were under the Utility Management Review Board, and that case was since transferred. The South Fork Utility District is a utility district as a result of a merger between the South Holston Utility District and South Bristol Weaver Pike Utility District or something of the sort. Both those utilities were financially distressed, and then when South Fork was created, that financial distress referral carried with them. So on May 3rd, the UMRB ordered the South Fork Utility District to conduct a feasibility study into a potential merger with a surrounding utility in the area. Jackson Thornton did that feasibility study, and so they looked at the options of the Bristol Bluff City Utility District, the City of Bristol, and Bluntville Utility District. You can see the memo that was issued by Jim Marshall with Jackson Thornton included in the packet. And so you'll see that those three options were discussed, and in the memo that was issued in November of 2, I believe, it essentially says that Bristol Bluff City wasn't really interested, Bluntville wasn't really interested, Bristol had some interest at the time. So with that, things have changed since then. There a lot of time has passed since November of 2022. There has been some staff changes at the City of Bristol. And so in continuing this discussion of the merger, board staff believes that a merger with South Fork Utility District and Bristol Bluff City Utility District is indeed in the best interest of the community at large. South Fork currently purchases all of its water from Bristol Bluff City Utility District, okay? A merger between the two utilities would allow the status quo to continue infrastructure-wise while improving the management of the utility by consolidating the two and starting to experience economies of scale. And so another part of the feasibility study that was brought up, Jim Marshall from Jackson Thornton mentions that there's a potential for the South Fork Utility District to experience some issues with some rural development money they have by moving into the City of Bristol, because they'll no longer be qualified to have that. And at the time it was grants, but there is also debt that is involved with that. So essentially, if this merger were to take place, the management from South Fork would move over to Bristol Bluff City. Currently, Bristol Bluff City is managed through a contractual obligation. That contract manager will continue to stay at the city of, or at the Bristol Bluff City Utility District, which will be the surviving entity until everyone is comfortable that the new manager from South Fork is able to manage both utilities. Really, the main thing that we're looking here is if this merger were to take place, although there's no written agreement that has been issued yet, there has been confirmation that once the merger takes place, there will be a rate decrease for the South Fork customers. And that is what we're trying to seek here, is a rate decrease or rate stabilization. Because rate stabilization for utilities such as the South Fork Utility District, in effect, is a rate decrease, because at the current trajectory that they're going for, we are concerned that this just isn't going to be sustainable with them currently operating. So board staff did travel to the City of Bristol on June 12th for this public hearing to hear from interested parties about whether they were in favor of this merger or not. And so there was decent attendance at the hearing. However, we mainly heard from 3 individuals: the board president of South Fork Utility District, an interested customer, and also a county commissioner of Sullivan County. And so everyone spoke fairly negatively of the merger. And so the comments there are summarized in the packet, and I'll go over them briefly. There was a complaint that the infrastructure improvements needed by Bristol Bluff City Utility District the cost of that debt to make those improvements is going to be unfairly put on the customers of South Fork. Board staff doesn't necessarily believe that to be the case because that wouldn't be fair or reasonable or justifiable. And so that's the purpose of the board, is to make sure that, you know, customers are only paying their fair share for the utility. Furthermore, any infrastructure upgrades that are currently needed by Bristol Bluff City are already going to be shared by South Fork through the rate that Bristol Bluff City charges the South Fork customers. So there's going to be no additional cost that is going to be put on the South Fork customers as a result of this merger for any necessary infrastructure improvements. Any infrastructure upgrades that need to occur are things that already need to occur for the utility. There's no additional work necessary for this merger to take place. There's no extra infrastructure, whereas a merger with another utility, there is the potential for that simply because it would be a change in infrastructure from the status quo. There was a complaint that the T-Board allowed for the new South Fork board and management essentially to turn South Fork around, because this all started because South Fork was going downhill pretty fast. There was an investigative report by our office that showed impropriety from previous management who is no longer with the utility district. And so, you know, there was a change in the board at South Fork. There was a change in management, and the new manager, Adam Hale, has been doing a great job turning it around. And the new board has allowed him to do a lot of the stuff that he needs to make it a better utility. But this board was criticized by the individuals that spoke, essentially for letting them to turn it around just to have to force them to merge with someone. The issue with that is we didn't want them to make it better, to make a merger more attractive. We wanted the utility to be improved, to improve service to the customer until it was necessary for the merger to occur. It would have been fairly ludicrous to allow a utility to flounder until the merger occurred. So it's a good thing that the utility improved until the merger would actually take place. Furthermore, there was a complaint that if a merger were to occur, it shouldn't be with Bristol Bluff City. Instead, it should be with the City of Bristol or with Bluntville Utility District. For Bluntville Utility District to be considered, it wouldn't really necessarily make sense infrastructure-wise. The whole lot would end up needing to happen. The way that all the utilities are laid out, there would be a lot needed for Bluntville to take over, and board staff just doesn't believe that would be the best direction. The City of Bristol is more of a convincing argument. However, board staff, we really haven't heard how it's the best option. A lot has to do with the rate that the City of Bristol charges its outside customers. You know, it's cheaper than what South Fork currently pays. There is absolutely no guarantee that the City of Bristol would subsidize the South Fork customers to make sure that they're paying the same outside the city limit rates that the Bristol customers are currently paying. As a matter of fact, this board wouldn't be okay with current Bristol customers subsidizing the new South Fork customers, because that's not just and that's not reasonable. Furthermore, if we try to picture this logically here, if Bristol and South Fork were to merge, then the question is Bristol going to start serving all of its water to South Fork? Or is South Fork going to continue to buy all of its water from Bristol Bluff City? I don't really see a scenario in which it would make sense that the City of Bristol would take over the Bristol Bluff City or the South Fork Utility District just to continue purchasing water from a third party. It makes more sense for Bristol Bluff City and South Fork to merge, so that way you're removing that kind of retailer of water by removing South Fork. Because in essence, then you would just have Bristol have a part of the system that isn't connected to its system, just purchasing water from a completely different utility. Board staff just doesn't find that too logical. So then the other scenario is infrastructure is already currently in place, which there's a question on hydraulically if there's already enough infrastructure to serve the entire South Fork system, or if any infrastructure improvements are necessary, then those would be additional improvements that no one is paying for currently that could lead to a higher rate for South Fork than what they currently have. So again, a merger with Bristol Bluff City and South Fork would just continue the status quo. There would be no extra infrastructure necessary. And board staff does have concerns that if South Fork were to start purchasing all of its water from Bristol Bluff City, what that would do to Bristol Bluff City's finances by losing, that large wholesale customer from South Fork. So moving on, there was a complaint that South Fork would not be adequately represented by the board, by the new Bristol Bluff City Board. This is a totally logical complaint and concern from the South Fork customers and South Fork Board. However, there is, the provision in statute that tries to make up for this. And so the way that a merger works, if ordered by our board, is whenever the two utilities come together. So for Bristol Bluff City, the next time they have a board member, whenever that term expires, when they submit the new list to the county mayor to say, hey, here's the 3 people that we think would be a great candidate for our board, one of those individuals must be a previous South Fork customer. So then the onus would then be on the county mayor to, choose whether they want to continue with the leadership at Bristol Bluff City or add a South Fork customer on there. So there is something in state statute that helps make up for that. Furthermore, there was an inquiry on whether multiple utilities can be merged at once. This area of the state really isn't home to the strongest rural utilities. We have several that have financial distress cases in front of us or have had financial distress cases in front of us. And so the question is, if we're doing this merger, why can't we just throw them all together at once and make all the bad problems go away? I get that, right? I think that we all want that at the end, but trying to do that immediately would be very difficult and probably would lead to more problems in the short run that would be taken care of. Furthermore, we're not even sure that we have the authority to force more than one utility to merge at the same time. I think it is a process that should go, not to say that we would shy away from the idea of having one large utility in the area. It's just trying to bite all of that off at once would be a rather large task that we just don't think is in the best interest of the community. Furthermore, there was a complaint that Bristol Bluff City is currently managed contractually by the same party that was contracted for advisory service at South Fork during the period in which previous South Fork management was, conducting the impropriety there. I've since been told that there was no actual, contractual agreement between South Fork and the Tennessee Utility Assistance, which is part of TAUD. There was no contractual agreement there, but they were providing advisory service just as they do for all of their utility customers. So we were essentially, what we're being told is, why are y'all taking South Fork, putting them in the hands of the people that let South Fork go downhill to begin with? Board staff just isn't of the opinion that that's what occurred at all. It was the manager at the Comptroller's Division of Investigations report about South Fork had nothing to do with this TUA or TAUD. It had everything to do with the manager conducting the impropriety. Furthermore, as I said earlier, if this merger were to go through, you would have South Fork's management move to Bristol Bluff City, and this party that's even in question by these customers is going to be leaving in the short future once the management settles from South Fork at the Bristol Bluff City Utility District. So in summary, there were a few people there that wished to speak. 3 main ones. Those were the complaints that were generally levied there. There is, fairly negative, that they had fairly negative comments. But at the end of the day, board, as I've summarized, a merger between South Fork and Bristol Bluff City Utility District would provide the South Fork customers with an immediate rate decrease. It would allow the infrastructure status quo to continue. The water that Bristol Bluff City produces isn't bad by any means. It's not like we're, forcing them to continue with bad water, right? So the infrastructure status quo continues. The management structure moves over from South Fork. South Fork has a great manager. And we just feel that this is in the best interest of the community because, again, we're seeking stabilization of rates, we're seeking stabilization of management, and we're just trying to ensure the longevity of the utility by pursuing this merger. So with that being said, there is representative from the South Fork Utility District here, their attorney, and if it's okay with the board, I think it would be okay for him to come up and address the board. And the way that we would do that is, give him an initial speaking time, somewhere around 6 minutes, and then be open, longer if needed, but, we'll figure that out as we go, but then answer questions. The board has questions they want.
Please proceed.
Podium's pretty sensitive. Back here and talk on, you'll be able to hear yourself better, I'm sure. Yeah, I'll close it.
Well, good morning. I'll try to not take up too much of your time. My name is Eric Recker. I'm an attorney in Bristol, and I've been representing the South Fork Utility District for a year or so. And they asked me, the Board of Commissioners of South Fork Utility District asked me to come and address the board this morning in opposition to an ordered merger with Bristol Bluff City Utility. And I want to start out by saying that the board's authority to order a merger of two utility districts is limited by statute. It is not unlimited. It is not merely, does the board think it's in the best interest of the utilities? The statute that we're talking about is TCA 7-82-704. That became effective July 1, 2023. And I just want to use that statute to kind of organize my discussion with you this morning. Subsection A of that statute says that this board may, you're not required to, you may order a merger of a, quote, ailing utility system with another utility system if the merger is necessary to restore financial stability of the system, ensure continued operations, or otherwise ensure the well-being of the public being served by the utility system. So it's important that the statute defines what an ailing utility system is. And it is one that is A, financially distressed, B, financially unable to expand the amount or type of services as set forth in its founding documents, or C, displays a pattern of uncorrected severe managerial incompetence. And so let's dive right in. Financial distress. As Mr. Colonna mentioned, South Fork grew out of the merger of two former utility systems. If we look at the audited financial statements from South Fork, started in 2020 when it came into existence, it had a year-end net position of $717,915. Every year since then, that net position has improved. And so in 2020, it had a year-end net position of $817,330. In 2022, it had a year-end net position of $962,274. I'll tell you, if I look at the financials from 2023, we don't have the audit back yet, but it had a year-end net position of $1,219,934. Through May of this year, the net income of the utility is around $234,000. And so it is a financially stable utility system now. The new board, the new management have made it a financially stable utility system. It is not financially distressed. And so I don't think the board can use that as a reason to deem it an ailing utility system under the statute. The second one I mentioned was if it's financially unable to expand the amount or type of services as set forth in its founding documents. There's been no issue. South Fork is providing good service to its customers, and it's actually expanding those services. Mr. Colonna referred to USDA rural development loan that they're getting to replace some water lines along Weaver Pike there in the Bristol area, which is a main thoroughfare there. And so they're continuing to improve their service to their customers. And then finally, displays a pattern of uncorrected severe managerial incompetence. Now, the statute defines severe managerial incompetence. One is frequent interruptions in service to multiple customers lasting multiple days. There's no allegations of that I'm aware of. From what I'm told by Mr. Hale, the current manager, their outages have decreased over the last couple of years, and the duration of an outage has decreased. Frequent infrastructure failures, there's no allegation of that. And then the third one under this subcategory of managerial incompetence is a failure to respond to reports of damage to infrastructure. We've already addressed that. Improve or attempt to improve infrastructure. We've already addressed that. Or failure to correct a deficiency in oversight or operational management. Now, it's important to point out, it doesn't say, have you had a deficiency in management? It says, is there a failure to correct it? And I submit that South Fork has corrected all of its managerial deficiencies from the past. There were two comptroller investigative reports. One was issued April 7, 2022. That covered a period, and the period is important. It covered the period of May 14, 2018 through June 30th, 2021. All of the managerial deficiencies listed in that comptroller's report have been corrected by the new board and the new manager. The general manager at the time is no longer there. There's been a complete turnover of the board, save one commissioner that is still there, but he was appointed at the very end of that time period, and the UMRB already decided not to remove him because he wasn't around during the period of any alleged wrongdoing. There were also in that comptroller's report some internal control and compliance deficiencies they found, but those have all been corrected since I've been working with them. They now have an internal control manual. They have written purchasing policies. They have written personnel policies. Every month they appoint a commissioner to review the bank statements and the financials. That's something that's on their agenda every month. And so all of those have been corrected. The second comptroller's investigative report was issued January 23, 2024, and that covered the period of August 1, 2020 through December 2022. And that involved some payments to a former employee company. Again, that employee is no longer there. The general manager who was there at the time is no longer there. And again, like I said, there's been a complete turnover of the board since that time. And so all of those managerial deficiencies that have been pointed out in the past, over 2 years ago, have been corrected. And since the statute says an ailing utility system is one who fails to correct managerial incompetence, we don't have an ailing utility system here. Even if the board were to decide that South Fork is an ailing utility system, the other statutory factors that are in the statute that the board's supposed to consider weigh against ordering a merger. Mr. Colonna mentioned that feasibility study from Thornton Jackson in 2022. The interesting thing about that feasibility study is it said that Bristol Bluff City Utility District had absolutely no interest in merging with South Fork. You are also to consider the comments that the board representatives received at the public hearing, and Mr. Colonna gave you what those comments were. I will note that that public hearing took place on June 12th of this year in Blounteville, which actually is not in the service area of South Fork Utility District. And the statute says that the public hearing has to be in the service area of South Fork Utility District, so there may be a procedural issue there. And you can also consider whether merging South Fork Utility District with Bristol Bluff City would be good for it. And from the feasibility studies that I've seen, if I'm interpreting them correctly, there would be a rate increase for the Bristol Bluff City Utility District customer. And so putting the statute aside, and I'll finish with this, a forced merger just is not the right thing to do. The prior actions of the UMRB and its staff, this board and its staff, the new South Fork Board of Commissioners, the new South Fork manager have done a great job of fixing the problems that they inherited from previous management. You guys did your job. All those other folks that I mentioned did their job. To take it a step further now would be a government overreach to fix a problem that no longer exists. Like I said at the beginning, the statute is drafted in such a way that a forced merger is a last resort in extreme situations where a utility is not financially sustainable and it has failed to correct severe managerial deficiency. This is not one of those situations. The current board of South Fork and its current management team that the board staff has commended for how good a job Mr. Hale is doing are serving the interest of their customers well. They've righted the ship, let them remain on that course and keep their focus on serving their customers. Please don't distract them from that purpose by forcing an unwanted, an unnecessary, and an unjustified merger on them at this point. And with that, I thank you for your time and your attention. And your consideration.
Thank you very much. Do we have any board members that would like to be recognized?
I'm just curious as to, I'm sorry.
You're recognized.
I'm curious as to what the county mayor's stance on this merger is.
I am not aware of the county mayor's stance.
So I don't think that the mayor has issued like an official opinion. He is aware of it. I think that he's just looking for what's best. Obviously I don't want to speak on behalf of him, but I think that he just wants what's best for the customer base. As far as I know, he hasn't come out in support or against the proposed merger.
Thank you. Mr. Pelham?
May I ask just a couple of questions, Ross, just for my clarification?
Or are they going to be for both of us?
Maybe both.
Okay. I don't even-
That's it. Both entities are utility districts by
Correct.
charter, correct? Are they both in the same county?
Yes,
Currently, Bristol Bluff City is managed by contract through TUA. Mr. Adam Hale is the manager at
South Fork.
South Fork. So scale and size,
South Fork is roughly 3,000 customers. Off the top of my head, Nate, would you look how many Bristol Bluff City has? I don't know off the top of my head.
and question, Bristol Bluff City is the purveyor of water and South Fork buys all of their water from Bristol Bluff City?
Correct. But South Fork
That-
does not have a treatment plant and they don't purchase from anyone else.
And so all that supply and connection infrastructure is already in place.
Correct.
How many board
Okay.
members on each? is it
Address
other-
that, but I think, I may be wrong, I think South Fork has more around 3,400 customers. They also have the ability to purchase from Bristol, and they have in the past. There is infrastructure where they can buy directly from Bristol. It just so happens that right now, from what I understand, BBCUD's rates are lower.
When you say Bristol, you mean city of Bristol?
Yeah, it's kind of confusing. One is Bristol Bluff City and the other one is Bristol.
Doesn't make it easy.
Mr. Perky?
I'm sorry, what was your last name?
Wrecker.
Mr. Recker, I think you laid your case out well. Did I hear that South Fork was formed in 2020? When was it formed?
Yeah, there were two utility districts that merged in 2020 to create South Fork.
Okay.
And a lot of the managerial incompetence issues that were raised in the first investigative report happened pre-merger.
If I may. So just to give you a little bit of insight, because you weren't around whenever this originally started. So there were two utility districts that were, they each had individual boards, but they essentially shared the same manager. And that's the manager, Mr. Gary Smith, that's in question. Well, that was in question in the investigative report.
So he did both of them.
So he essentially did both of them. If I remember correctly, we both ran out of the same building. And so it really didn't make sense for both of those to be separate because all they had was two separate boards. So what they did was they combined, again, if I recall correctly, they combined and pretty much took all of the previous board members, maybe minus one or two, and had a larger board for South Fork. South Fork is a 5-member board. And yeah, so that's a little bit of history about the South Fork Utility District. It used to be two and now it was one because it made sense for them to merge.
Just one other question, if I could. The Bristol Bluff City Utility District is currently under third-party management. Why is it under third-party management?
Because they understand that at the size they are, it's more fiscally responsible for them to have contract management rather than trying to have.
It's just my choice.
It just makes sense for them to do it that way, and it's worked out for them.
I had one comment on that too. It's understandable that this board would want to help out Bristol Bluff City Utility District. What I have seen from recent board packets, they are being financially distressed. However, this is not the method to do that, to force South Fork to merge into Bristol Bluff City. If it wants Bristol Bluff City to merge with another entity to help it, it needs to go through this process of a public hearing and a informal hearing here for Bristol Bluff City Utility. And you may think, well, why does that matter? It does matter because if South Fork is forced to merge into Bristol Bluff City, if they can't come to some sort of merger agreement on the composition of the board, which they haven't been able to yet, partly because I think Bristol Bluff City has backed away from those talks because of it knew of this hearing. And they're like, we'll just wait for the board to order you guys to be merged into us. But the entity that is the surviving entity after the merger, if you don't reach an agreement as to the composition of the board, that entity's board is the surviving board. And so initially, South Fork would have no representation on that board. Mr. Colonna is correct that once,
Mr. Hampton is recognized
Can I
first.
respond real quick? And so to answer your question and to respond to what he said, we're by no means trying to pursue a merger with Bristol Bluff City and South Fork to benefit Bristol Bluff City. Like, that's not the goal here. The goal is to improve the community as a whole. And because of the previous issues with the South Fork Utility District, this process started. We all know that the things that this board does takes time. And we truly believe that in the long run, this will prevent further issues from occurring and helping the South Fork customers. As far as the board makeup is concerned, we completely agree about, which one is going to be represented more on the board. Totally get that. The one thing that I do want to bring up is Mr. Recker said that Bristol Bluff City's kind of backed away because of this hearing. And they backed away a little bit prior to this hearing. They actually had approached the South Fork Utility District to essentially say, hey, if we do this merger without the T-Board needing to get involved, we're going to go ahead and lower your rates. We'll figure out the whole representation thing. We'll bring, Adam Hale over here to be the manager. And South Fork essentially said, no, we want the majority of the representation on your board. And so because you're not willing to give that up, we're just not going to do a merger at all. So they tried to come in good faith to make the merger happen without our involvement. And South Fork was frustrated that they weren't going to get the majority of representation on the new board. Regarding, the legality of whether that could work or not, that's the question. But I do want to say that an attempt was made in good faith to make the merger happen without us.
Mr. Hampton first, then Ms. Vanisdale.
Right, so the question was asked about the number of board members. So we were told that South Fork had about 5. And how many does the Bluff City?
Bristol Bluff City has 3 utility district board members.
Okay. And how many customers does Bristol Bluff City have?
Bristol Bluff City has 2,500.
So they're the entity with the facility for water, but the smaller customer base.
That's correct.
And this smaller board.
Correct. And so it's fairly abnormal to see a utility of the size of South Fork Utility District or to have that many customers. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I mean, generally it's 3 all across the state.
Okay. And in the order that's listed here, it states that South Fork is ailing per the statute. So, and we have not released South Fork from being deemed ailing, correct?
Correct.
So, okay. And so the attorney, sir, is it the hesitation is it name board members? Like it sounds like this would be a good thing, seeing that all the water is being supplied. So really you're a subsidiary. It's not, even the financially, you're still dependent on one entity on your pricing and your product. So why? Because all the water comes from one place primarily. You said you'll have connections, but if all the water comes from one place, why not just be one?
well, a couple reasons. One is that they don't have to purchase water from Bristol Bluff City. They can purchase it from Bristol. So there is that option, and they can use that as negotiating as far as on water prices. And the board and Mr. Hale have done a great job turning this thing around. They want to continue to operate as an independent and at least not be forced to merge with another entity. They're open to exploring potential mergers. And the customers don't want it. They've made that very clear at the public hearing that Mr. Colonna attended and the South Fork board meetings that I've attended. They've made that.
But it sounds like, based on this order and the discussion, that the South Fork management will be taking over this entity. So who is, so with that, who is not being represented? Like if they're saying the whole management team will go over to this new entity, they still get to run this new entity. It's not like these people are not losing their jobs. They're still very participants in the activities of the water for their customers and an additional.
Well, two things. First, I saw the proposed order in the packet, and I disagree that South Fork is alien and that it's financially distressed for the reasons that I mentioned in my presentation earlier. We have no, if the Bristol Bluff City Board remains intact, we don't know if they will hire Mr. Hale and his management team or not. We won't have a say in it. We won't have a member on.
That's if.
They may be saying that now, but we don't know if that will happen. And the customers won't have representation on the board itself. They may have a general manager who stays there. They won't have.
But you're anticipating that the negotiation and that it's going to there's going to be a failure in the South Fork getting a board member on this 3-member board, instead of assuming that you would,
I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know how.
I know, but if they, the discussion is you merge, you have to have a meeting about how the board structure is going to go. And the first thought is we're not going to get anyone. That's instead of we may get 1, we may get 2, we may expand the board to 5 like South Fork instead of 3. But it's, it sounds like the entity you're representing is assuming that everything's going to not go their way, even after they sign the contract or agreement.
Well, we just don't know how the negotiations would go. Certainly, Bristol Bluff City, the way the statute is written now, they could stick to their guns and they'd be stuck, and we would end with their 3 members being.
Ms. Vanisdale, you're recognized.
I have a question about the rate changes that have been discussed. Is the intent, if the merger happens, for Bristol Bluff City to offer the same rate structure to the new customers?
So the intent is when the merger begins, there will be 2 separate rate structures that will include essentially the current South Fork rate and the current Bristol Bluff City rate, with a decrease on the South Fork rate immediately. However, over time, eventually bring those together. I think that it would just be too much to try to do it at once. You'd end up with subsidization from one to the other. But originally, no, there'll be 2 separate rate structures.
Mr. Pelham and then Mr. Perky.
One question, Ross, you indicated that kind of during this process, Bristol Bluff City had already extended or proposed a mutual negotiated merger, but then they withdrew due to this. Mr. Ricker, do you contest that? I mean, did Bristol Bluff City petition them, question 1, and then you made the statement that the board members from Bristol Bluff City, of South Fork 5 would not have the customers would not have representation. I guess managing a utility district, the customers are going to be represented by the entire board, and the board would have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure sound management across the board. What lack of representation would they have other than one of the 5 members from the South Fork board not immediately transferring into to transfer into what lack of representation would they have? In a utility setting, utility to utility responsibility is to all customers, as I understand it. So I guess 2 questions there.
Yeah, so I may not understand the second one, but let me address the first one. I wasn't involved in any of the discussions between the 2 entities. It is my understanding that both entities have approached the other. I think BBCUD, as Mr. Colonna said, reached out to South Fork. South Fork has also reached out to BBCUD. They just have not been able to come to an agreement. And I know that the last time South Fork approached BBCUD to talk about this, they mentioned, well, we'll just wait and see what this board does. Now, your second question, I'm sorry.
So you made the statement that one of the concerns of South Fork Utility District board members was there'd be no representation if this order existed or came through. To me, I guess I think it would be the responsibility of all board members to represent the interest of all customers. Obviously dealing with whatever the terms of the merger were there. So to say they wouldn't be represented, I don't understand that statement.
Well, they certainly, the 3 members from BBCUD, if that's the surviving entity, would have a fiduciary duty to represent all members. But there would be nobody from the current South Fork Utility Service area on that board. They are two separate service areas. And so that's the customer's concern, and that is also a concern.
And so this would just be just kind of outside looking at it and not knowing where we would go. If they've worked on it voluntarily, it seems like they would be able to maybe stay with a surviving entity charter of the 5-member board. And that way you had those as long as there was a combination of the, either 2 maybe from the Bristol Bluff City into those 5, if they did negotiate it themselves instead of an order from T-Board.
Yes, and that is what South Fork attempted to do. They weren't able to.
And on that note, I mean, ultimately, like board staff, we concur with the sentiment that you're providing, that, the utility board, doesn't matter where the customers are coming from. The utility board is there to serve the entire, you don't have a utility board that, you represent this part of the community, you represent this part of the community. No, we stand by the fact that all 3 or all 5, I don't care how many you have, you're representative of the entire customer base. And so that's the great thing about the Tennessee Board of Utility Regulation, is if a customer isn't being represented well for a certain part of the community, that's where we're able to step in to ensure. So if a merger were to occur and the South Fork customers believe that they're being thrown to the side, which I think it would be fairly absurd to think that will happen, that's what our board is charged to do, to make sure that that doesn't.
Mr. Perky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's be my final comment. Mr. Rector, I understand who you're representing here. And again, you laid your case out well. You're not making any argument on the economies of scale and rates being less for the South Fork customers. I sense you're not making any argument of that other than there are no guarantees. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. I mean, my argument is basically, I don't think the statute allows for a forced merger in this particular situation. And I don't think it's a good thing based on that the customers don't want it. And there are the other reasons that I've stated as to why.
And one final thing, it seems to me that a lot of this would be in an operating agreement. I would think there would be, if there's a merger, there's the order, Seth. I understand that and can't put everything in the order, but there would be an operating agreement, correct?
The statute requires them to negotiate in good faith to come up with a merger agreement if this board orders a merger. And even if it was a voluntary merger, they would voluntarily negotiate.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before we take other questions or comments from board members, I'd like to recognize our staff attorney.
And Mr. Perky, this goes to your point. What we're doing today is not voting to merge the 2 utility districts. It's not an order to merge the utility districts. It's an order for them to negotiate that merger, for them to negotiate that agreement. So there aren't any guarantees as to how this will proceed right now, but we're not to that point yet. One other point, that we've talked a lot about representation. Subsection L, 782.504 addresses this. When utility systems merge or consolidate, they can expand the size of their boards. There is representation from the component utilities.
Mr. Moss, you're recognized.
I just had one question. What kind of compensation does the board of South Fork get? Is it just for the meetings? Are they getting their insurance paid for? It varies.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think either utility provides insurance to its commissioners, and I think both are just the standard $250.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
I need clarification. So we're saying you will come to the table and negotiate. So let's say in 6 months, there's no movement, even though we have basically forced them to negotiate. What then?
There's 2 different paths, a couple of paths we can go down. Either we can draft the agreement for them, draft the merger agreement for them. You could withdraw the order. You could cancel the merger proceeding, or if the parties are refusing to negotiate in good faith, and this is how the board chose to proceed, it will be taken to Chancery Court.
Mr. Stone, you're recognized.
So doesn't this come down to what's in the best interest of the ratepayer? Isn't that the bottom line?
Well, not according to the statute. The statute requires you to have, you can't order a merger unless there's an ailing utility system, as I went through that definition. And it's our argument that we don't have that.
And I mean, or we don't disagree that the term that you use, best interest, is listed specifically in the merger statute. But part of what we contend is any utility body commissioner or whatever your title is, you have a responsibility of the people you represent to make sure that you're always pursuing what's in the best interest of the customer. And at the end of the day, if we thought this wasn't in the best interest of the customer, we would have scrapped this merger thing a while ago. But you can have, essentially, there's the argument of, can we do this and should we do this? I think the answer is yes to both. And I think that the South Fork commissioners should be pursuing this on their own, because right now their rates are high and they're not slowing down anytime soon. And if we can ensure that the rates are short-term going to go down and stay a little stable, I don't know why anyone charged with doing what's in the best interest of the utility wouldn't try to pursue that originally.
Ms. Anisdale.
Mr. Chairman, if the board orders them to go back to the negotiation, does the board later vote on the consolidated plan?
Yes, ma'am. The next step would be for this matter to come back before the board with either the negotiated plan for the board to order to proceed, or to proceed that they've not been able to come to an agreement.
During that agreement, would there be some answer to the representation question and some answer to the rates question?
That's my understanding, is that could be negotiated during the negotiation.
Any other questions or comments from board members? For Mr. Recker, special. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, the recommendation still is to pass what you can see in your board packet, board, and that essentially, to boil it down, is just to order the South Fork Utility District and the Bristol Bluff City Utility District to enter into merger negotiations and come up with an agreement.
You're recognized.
Well, this is for the staff. Is looking at the order, is 60 days sufficient, like section 10, is 60 days sufficient to complete this task based on what we just discussed here? Or should it be longer? I don't want it to be longer, but but
See, and that's our thing. We're not trying to hamstring anyone by putting 60 days on it. And so if the board wants to extend it, we just don't want to push this out forever.
Sure,
Because we're already getting criticism that this is taking too long. And so, if we put it at 6 months, then, who's to say what's going to change between then? So if you would want to extend it further than 60 days, more than happy to. That's just where we kind of originally landed at.
And I would add in that the board is in a better place to know how long that might take. Like
Correct.
What all details would go into it.
So in your opinion, are we within our authority to, I'm splitting hairs here, but
Definition of ailing.
yeah, but for lack of a better term, to force a negotiation. Then the second part to that was, and come up with an agreement. So what if they can't come up with an agreement? I get force them to the table, but I'm struggling with, are we within TCA, within the definitions that have been provided?
Yes, as I understood it, did you have another question along that one?
It's if you look at 10B, it says they come back with a disagreement in the same order.
Okay.
So it does allow them to disagree with the merger. So it does give them an out to say, no, I don't want it. Yeah, but I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it. I guess those are two different things to me.
Okay.
Forcing it to the table, to have a conversation.
Yep.
To force a merger based on our previous acts of making them fix the utility. That's my, everybody did a good job. And now You're saying we've done a good job, so.
Sure, I understand. To put it in legalese, I think you're disagreeing or you're questioning whether South Fork Utility District would qualify as an ailing utility. South Fork Utility District, and it originally came under the board's jurisdiction, under the UMRB's jurisdiction for financial distress. And I don't recall exactly how far ago that was, but they've remained under board jurisdiction for financial distress since then. There's also been what we would call now an administrative review opened as to, after following the results of an investigation by the Comptroller's Division of Investigations. So if the utility is not ailing under the definition of financial distress, then I think it's still within the board's jurisdiction to say that the pattern of severe managerial incompetence didn't stop just because they fixed the issues at hand, but that's still a thing that they demonstrated. I do think that there's a good argument to be made that they're still under board jurisdiction for financial distress. So even if in the last 2 years they've shown a positive change in position, they've still not been released from supervision for that. That said, that's, I believe, a finding of fact for the board to make.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to approve staff recommendation and issue the order to at least go to the table and pursue merger.
With the 60 days or with something?
I would want to extend that at least to 120.
I think so. That gives them a couple of times for meetings, individual, they have to have individual meetings with their board and staff. So, I thought 60 days was really short.
One question, how would that fall within the next T-board meeting getting?
So we have our next T-board meeting October 24th, maybe? I think I'm pulling that one out. So I don't know if 4 months would get us there. So in my opinion, maybe it would be fruitful if we extended it to December 31st. So, that's a little bit over 4 months, 120 days, and then we can deal with it at the first meeting of the T-board in 2025. And I do, the one thing, and I'm sorry that I didn't bring this up earlier, I could have discussed this with Seth. Seth, just so that it's on the record, with this order outstanding, if the two utilities were to just say, we're not going to wait for the T-board to push us to do this, this order wouldn't prevent them from already doing a merger with each other.
I don't believe it would prevent that, and it'd be the board's, up to the board what to do about that. I would expect the board would not order
Any problems, if they decided to do it on their own.
I would make that motion amend to the December 31st and then to encourage them to facilitate their own to rescind board action.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept board recommendations and adjust the deadline to December the 31st, but also to encourage the two to continue negotiations on their own. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna vote for this, but I just really believe that if they had their attorneys to negotiate a draft operating agreement, that they could resolve these issues. They seem easily resolvable to me. And who wins in the end? The customer.
Yeah.
So Mr. Rector appears to be a very competent, good attorney. And if you have one on the other side, that's what they do all the time. They negotiate operating agreements. So, I don't want South Fork to think we're punishing them. It's like the doctor ordering you to lose 50 pounds, and you lose 50, and he still orders you to Weight Watchers. I don't want them to think that. That's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to, as my colleague said, we're looking at the customer. So I just want to make that comment.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments? None appearing. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right. So moving on to the next item of the agenda, the city of Petersburg, a similar situation. Petersburg has been financially distressed for quite some time. They had a rate study done. They implemented the recommendations of that rate study, and then they kept losing some money. It's very similar that Fayetteville Public Utility serves a lot of Petersburg. And so we're essentially looking at a merger between the two. A feasibility study has been conducted essentially, and Yeah, it's feasible for Fayetteville Public Utility to take over Petersburg. We went and had a public hearing. No one really showed up to voice their opinion. We haven't gotten any negative comments or concerns from the city. The city of Petersburg believes that they want to do what is in the best interest of their customers, so they would like to merge with Fayetteville Public Utility. Fayetteville Public Utility hasn't necessarily voiced an opposing opinion. I think that they just wanted to make sure to do their due diligence and that this is in the best interest of their customers, which totally makes sense. And so we're just looking for something similar to what we just did, just not as contentious. Petersburg just really wants what's best for its customers. So with that board, Mr. Britt Dye is here, and Mr. Dye might actually serve on the T-Board one day. He's one of the names being considered, but he is here. If y'all have questions for him, I'm sure that he can answer them to the best of his ability. I don't know if I necessarily prepared him for it, but he's pretty good at his job. So if y'all have questions for him, he's here, but there's really no contention with this merger, but he is here if y'all do want to ask a question.
Any questions from the board?
Only have one, just because some other thing I'm going through. Fayetteville's a city.
Uh-huh.
And Petersburg's UD.
No, Petersburg is a city. They're both
Okay.
cities. Yes.
Thank you.
And I will note, I'm glad that you said that. It triggered me for something Mr. Hampton brought up earlier. There is a typo in that order at the bottom. It's just a copy paste issue. It says within 60 days of this order, South Fork and Bristol Bluff City UD must submit. So would like to change that on the order to say Petersburg and Fayetteville. And I'm fine with also extending that deadline to December 31st similarly. And if they're able to work out some sort of agreement prior to our October meeting, then we can just bring it up then. But that's totally on them. So I would like to extend that to December 31st as we did in the previous order.
I like, is that acceptable to you all?
Yes.
Fantastic. Further questions, comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
We have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendation, adjusting the deadline to December the 31st and encouraging the entities to negotiate before then. Although, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so now we're moving on to the customer complaints part of the agenda. And so the first one you will find on page 33 with the Ocoee Utility District board. So just for everyone, if y'all forget, we don't get too many of these customer complaints, but it's the way that board staff use these is we really view this as a, kind of the forum between the customer and the complainant and the utility. So you'll see that board staff doesn't necessarily have recommendations for these complaints. However, as we move through them, you feel free to ask us questions, but we don't really have a recommendation for how it should be resolved per se. So with that, with the first one with the Ocoee Utility District, if Melanie Lawson or representative of her is present and would like to speak and relay the complaint, that would be awesome. If you're online, go ahead.
I
Unmute.
am online. I am coming back from a mission trip in Guatemala, so my service may cut in and out, but I do have a representative online also, which is Steve Wyatt. So I was just gonna ask if there was any updates on my complaint.
And so, board, if y'all recall from the last T-Board meeting, this was a complaint from that meeting. And y'all tasked us with essentially trying to figure out from the Ocoee Utility District more information to try to gather everything. And I believe that Ocoee Utility District is available online if needed. But you'll see in the packet, there is information collected from Mr. Tim Lawson, the manager for the Ocoee Utility District. And so that kind of the defense. So I don't know how y'all want to proceed because we've kind of already heard Ms. Lawson's complaint at the last board meeting. I don't know if now y'all would find it more applicable just to hear from representative of the utility or not.
I've got a Seth question.
Okay.
They're supposed to have a leak adjustment policy. Is signing them up for ServPro or ServLine where it only fixes the break? It doesn't pay for any of the leak. Is that a legitimate policy for?
I don't think it would be appropriate for me to weigh in on whether it's a legitimate policy. If you found it wasn't, I think that's a valid reason, a valid thing to order as a remedy. And that was the reason that we changed our position and referred this for an informal hearing, was that we did not, the evidence was that they did not have a leak adjustment policy.
I think it would be appropriate to hear from the ACOE at this point.
All right, so Mr. Lawson, I don't know if you're available online or someone else from ACOE Utility District. If you'd like to unmute and address the board on behalf of your utility against the complaint.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clark. Can everyone hear me? This is Tim Lawson. Nope.
All right, we hear you. Yeah, you're a little muffled, so if you want to move closer to your mic, that'd be okay, but otherwise we'll figure it out.
All right, and I'm not sure I understood Mr. Moss's comment regarding our leak adjustment policy. Now, our leak adjustment policy is a serve line program, an insurance program that does pay up to $2,500 on any leak that a customer has. I think there were some questions at the last meeting and some confusion over an actual product or an option that we had to opt into that would assist the customer with the actual repairs. So I don't know if that clarifies, that question there, but we do have that, and it was used in this case.
In my opinion, that's not a policy. Because it's not written down.
Well,
I do understand that it's difficult to hear Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson, if you try to speak up a little bit more, I'm sure we kind of hear you, but you're going in and out.
okay, I do apologize for that. Again, we have a policy. We have a written policy, and I thought I shared that with Ben Johnson several months ago. But we do not actually adjust the customer's bills for leak through a system other than the insurance program, much like what I would feel majority of utilities at this point do, and that includes $2,500 to apply to the amount of the water bill, to the leak. But we have additional assistance that is available on the actual repair itself.
So 2,500 is bill for the leak, and then what's the additional assistance for the repair itself?
Yeah, so if you didn't hear Mr. Giles, so the question is, he summarized and said you, 2,500 written off the bill, and then how much is it off the repair itself?
Well, if the customer chooses to do that, it would, I think the maximum is $10,000 for a repair there. And I bring that up because I think there was some confusion on Ms. Lawson's part, thinking that additional service would actually help with the amount on the water bill, and that is not the case.
Yeah, if I could, there is, if you look in the paperwork that I've sent everyone, when you sign up for Oakville Utilities, I know they've changed it since my complaint. But I was never allowed to check which insurance policy or any kind of check mark box on any kind of insurance that they had available.
Okay, but also, it does not impact the water bill itself. You get the full benefit of our leak policy, which pays up to $2,500. The other policy would not help her at all. So I'm not sure, that's why I'm saying there's some confusion there because it does not impact the situation whatsoever.
Mr. Lawson, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Let me ask you this. Is this something that you have handled within management, or have you actually taken it to your board?
Yes, Ms. Lawson has addressed our board several times.
No, that's not, okay. But has your board acted one way or another on it?
Yeah, and I think we have supplied those minutes to y'all for the previous meeting. I did not resupply those again, and I apologize for that.
Well, is it fair to say your board chose not to act any further on it?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm still confused. Sorry.
You are recognized, Mr. Giles.
Okay, so there is nothing in your Ocoee's program that helps with the actual water bill itself then? Is that correct?
So, Mr. Lawson, the question appears to be, other than offering Servline, do you have any other assistance for whenever there are water leaks or leak adjustments for customers? Mr. Giles, is that your question?
Well, it says it's an opt-in program, but does not help fund water billing issues that a customer has due to a leak. So what does that mean? I guess it's
What page are you looking at on?
35.
If you look at 37 at the next to the last paragraph,
Okay.
they have paid 2,500 plus United Way paid 500.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that.
Bruce, I'm sorry, I have a little bit of trouble hearing you, but we have no other.
A bill of $6,314. She got 2,500 from Servline, 500 from United Way. She still owes 3,300. She's paid some on it to date. I think $379 to date. So she still has a balance due. And what is she requesting from this board?
Ms. Lawson, if you don't mind, the question essentially is, could you summarize the exact remedy that you're seeking from our board?
Second. I'm literally headed to the airport in Guatemala City. Give me 1 second to try to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hold on a minute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Sure.
Okay. My issue is, I'm not saying that I don't owe on my water bill. My questions are, I've never had any of these questions answered by the board. I've went several times to Ocoee Utilities, and nobody can answer any of my questions on, they do charge everyone's bill in the Ocoee Utility District, 8,100 customers. It's just a couple of dollars a month, but it's supposed to help with extra large water bills for issues like I've had. I am questioning, they don't have any kind of system to detect the leak, and they don't have any kind of policy to give you any kind of wholesale price on the water. So they're still saying I owe over $3,000 on my water bill. I've also asked several questions to the board, and when I was there in March to the Nashville Utility Board, what is the flow rate on my meter? How could I have maintained a normal water pressure and lost that much water? And what is the average water pressure for my meter? I never lost pressure in my house at all. So I'm so confused on how and I'm not the only one. I'm not just fighting for myself. I'm fighting for the Ocoee District community. If they don't have a system to detect the leaks, I'm not understanding why they can't give you a wholesale price for the water, at least in a one-time adjustment for a lifetime, or however they want to do that. Nobody seems to be able to answer any of those questions.
Thank you.
She doesn't like to answer the question.
So can I try to answer that? So what was your exact, like what the remedy is that she's seeking?
Yes, it sounds like the remedy she's seeking is answers to the questions that she's asked.
Correct.
This doesn't seem like a T-Board issue to me.
Sure. And so I think the only remedy here, going out on a limb here, the only remedy that we could really be seeking is one, for a co-utility district to clarify its leak adjustment policy. And that's kind of what Mr. Moss was alluding to. Simply having leak insurance doesn't necessarily mean it's a policy. So having a very clear leak adjustment policy so everyone understands. You know, I don't think that we would have the authority to force them to put in some sort of metering solution to make sure that they, you know, don't have leaks going on. I just think that that would be a bit of a stretch for us to force them, given it's good. I mean, right, all utilities should know whenever they have big leaks going on. But I don't think we have the ability to force them to do so in this matter. As far as them having open and clear communication with their customers, it's really difficult for us to order that. Obviously, that's a great practice, but I don't think that we can order them to do better to make sure that the customers understand what they're getting involved in with their utility. But so ultimately, and again, I'm not providing a recommendation, but I think to the extent of the complaint, and the other thing is that she wishes, because part of the complaint statute for our board, it references essentially, to make it English and not legalese, have policies and have good policies. And, you know, that's kind of the authority that we have when it comes to here. So, you know, the question could come up, are they meeting industry standard by not offering an extra leak adjustment outside of the leak insurance that they provide? I'm not here to tell you whether they should or should not, but that is something that the board could determine, is should a utility offer more than just a simple, than just leak insurance for their leak adjustment policy. So that's kind of a remedy that she could be seeking. But at the end of the day, what we're really looking at here is the policies that they have or don't have. Are they strong policies? Do they need to be revamped? Because like y'all could order that a co-utility district, you know, look into strengthening its leak adjustment policy or anything of the sort. But as far as the other complaints that she has, it really, unfortunately, our complaint procedure just really isn't there to just strengthen the transparency of a utility.
Not a part of an order or anything, but is a COE allowing her to pay off a little month each month rather than, you know, looking lump sum?
Yeah, so a co-utility district allowed the customer to enter into a 24-month repayment period. And one of the complaints from her, I believe, if I read correctly, is that she was enrolled in that payment plan without her consent. And that was one of her complaints.
All right. The representative for the utility district that's on the line, Ms. Lawson said y'all have since updated your intake application. Do you mention leak adjustments now, or is it the same as what it was prior to this utility bill being discovered?
We have not made adjustments in that time, no. Now, we have adjusted since the beginning of this program when we had the leak insurance included. And it is handled on a separate document. It is not actually a box you check on the actual application. We provide a separate document that is signed by the customer, stating that they are, you know, aware of it, and if they choose to opt out or remain in that program.
Okay.
I guess I have a question about COE as well. Mr. Lawson, and looking at the data, you know, obviously the policy is going to be adopted by the board from that standpoint. But when I look at the data, the leak began approximately on December 24th, persisted until February 22nd. According to the billing, the meter was read on January 26th. And so my specific question would be the period from January 26th to February 2nd, a 7-day period. What is typical for follow-up rereads or any, you know, we would call it reading diagnostics from the data once we processed it at my utility. what's Ocoee's standard procedure or at least typical precedent for another week's worth of leak data in that scenario?
Okay,
Did Ocoee notify her of the leak? And if so, why did it take 7 days? Let me word it that way.
part of the issue in that particular area, and we do have areas where we are currently upgrading, have been upgrading for a couple of years, our metering system to an AMI system. Obviously, I guess the utility members of the board will understand, that gives us, very, quick response times on such leaks. However, in this area at that time, we did not have that ability. And it was.
I'm sorry, maybe I was unclear in my question. My question is you read the meter on the 26th. So you had that data to know that it was reading and would have been an excessively high bill. Did Ocoee notify Ms. Lawson? And if so, what's the 7-day lag from January 26th to the 2nd? I mean,
They did not notify me until February the 2nd, and that's where they're trying to still charge me $1,082 even after they read the meter. That was another question that I had.
Well, this was an area, and I'm sorry, my answer was maybe a bit long, but this area, it is a radio read system, and basically this account, the way we do it is load up that entire cycle and then are able to run those reports as far as leaks, high consumption, all that kind of thing. It's not something with that system that is able to identify that while our meter reader is out in the field. So
I understand that in the field, but 7 days, I mean, typically the data is uploaded in the cloud same day or next day. And then if there's any analysis of that data, 1 to 2 day lag to me would seem more, 1 to 2 business days to me would be more consistent in industry.
This particular system's been in place since 06, 07. So, that option is not available. That's what I'm saying. It is something that we are in the process of updating to where we have much better capabilities of helping customers with, again, and this is not our leak. And we want to do everything we can to help our customers out. And that's why we're spending this additional money, to get this, an AMI system in place. But at this point, we did not have that capacity.
That's why he's still not answering the question. That's what the questions that I've had for Ocoee Utilities, and they still can't answer my questions. So I'm thankful that you're asking the same questions that I've asked. And all I'm seeking is just us to come together and come to a reasonable agreement on the water leak and the water bill. I'm not asking for the whole bill to be wiped out. That's not what I'm seeking. I'm seeking policies to be set in place for other people in my community that has had the same issue. I have had multiple people reach out to me. Same issue, paid an unreasonable amount of money, same thing, $5,000, $6,000, and never been taken care of, never even had an adjustment. We're just asking for the wholesale price, something to be adjusted, and then I'm just going to continue to use my well water. Thank God I have well water. Most people in the community do not have that, so they've had to fight with Ocoee Utilities for I don't know how long. I'm just seeking answers to the policies and procedures that they can set in place to help others in the future. I know they're getting a new system at this point in time, but that's not helping me or the other people in the past from having huge water leaks with no adjustment policy, no leak protection, no nothing.
Mr. Perkey.
Ms. Lawson, this is David Perkey, board member. There are things that this board is not going to do on this. There are certain things that we're not going to order. I mean, obviously, I can tell by the consensus of my colleagues. What specifically are you expecting on relief from the bill from the district?
I just know that Cleveland Utilities does a 30% discount for large water bills such as I have. And I'm just asking for some kind of policy or procedure to be put in place to help, you know, the geriatrics, the senior people that may come across bills such as I have, which I know they have, that are on fixed incomes. It's a lot of older people, they'll either pay their bill or eat. And it's just a lot to ask somebody to pay a $6,000 water bill, especially for a single home, a single person. I'm not saying I don't owe anything. I'm just asking for the board to set in place some kind of policies or procedures, or ask Oklahoma Utilities to set some policies and procedures in place to help people with large water bills such as I have.
I understand, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said. So you're asking for a 30% relief from what is outstanding. Is that fair to say?
I'm just saying that's what the other utility board does in Cleveland. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to yell. I'm at the airport and there's a lot of traffic. Yeah, some kind of relief for people that are unexpected. I know they're getting a system this year. Praise the Lord. That's going to help people in the future. But people such as I in the past year and the past years before have not had any kind of relief. So, I mean, I'm just trying to help the community. I'm not trying to be mean about it. I'm not trying to be rude about it. I'm just trying to help the community with Oklahoma Utilities. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Giles, you're recognized.
So Seth, I have a question for you. Well, I don't agree with their practice. Do we have a legal recourse to enter into anything other than, I think where Tom might have been going a while ago, I'm speaking for you a little bit, Tom, telling Ocoee that we want them to review their leak adjustment policies and even report back to the board with their findings and why they think what they're doing is adequate. Can we even enter in? Have they broken the law? Do we have a legal, do we have a...
According to the, I can't remember what the.
Ms. Lawson, I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Lawson, but that was a question for the board's attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I think y'all are on the right track. Our authorities, I think, would be somewhat limited under a customer complaint, limited to either drafting or revising or reviewing a a leak adjustment policy. And then we could take that up at the next board meeting to determine if it's adequate. Another reasonable action might be to order that the leak adjustment policy is applied to Ms. Lawson and anyone else in a similar situation. As far as a larger review of any practices, there may be that authority, but I don't think it would be under a customer complaint. It would have to be under an administrative review, and I think it would have to be more than just utility not performing certain tasks as well as we would like. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Mr. Pillow.
May I address this board and give you all a little context, and Candace may want to, similar, just to kind of give you some feel from people that deal with it every day. So managing a utility of approximately 9,200, we don't subscribe to ServLine, so ours essentially is we take the average bill, subtract that, you're going to pay the average bill in case of a leak that's compliant. So if it's a negligence on the customer base, water heater, commode, something they should reasonably see, we don't offer any relief if it's in that case. But if it's in the ground, underground, out of sight, out of mind, you don't see that, take the average bill off, and it's approximately half is what ours is. Just to give example, to me, my part of mine gets to the detail of the operation. When you read that meter, that data comes in and it now comes into the office. That additional 7-day lag, which drives another $1,000 bill, does give me heartburn. I know I press my staff that they analyze that data same day or next day, so that if there happens to be a problem, because I only take one snapshot of that meter reading once a month. That's what we bill by. I don't have AMI system. We're in a very rural area. My guys go by and read once per month. So I take one snapshot a month of that meter reading. I'm not in a big urban area. I'm not, we're spread out. So if it's been leaking for 2 days, it's not a huge amount of water. But it also has a leak flag on ours that shows it's been running 24 hours. That had reset in that case. To me, that's where an opportunity was. If we have any of those, we either do robocalls now or we go out and tag leaks within 24 to 48 hours of the meter reading and try to give that customer as much notice as possible from that one. The 7 days that created another $1,000 bill does give me personally some heartburn. Just it's different from our policy. We have a leak adjustment policy internally, different than Servline. We would be almost half of the water bill would be adjusted off in our district. Once again, that's board policy, and I think goes back to the legality. I don't think, in my opinion, here, we don't have the authority to tell that. I do think it would be appropriate to ask for a written response on their policies to this customer and then present that to board staff. As far as that, like I said, I do have some heartburn with taking 7 days to notify a customer if we saw that. I mean, to me, that seems excessive.
Mr. Giles.
Can I echo the sentiment? We do the exact same thing, and I do have an AMR system as well, and there is a method to flag and notify, which we do every month. But again, I'm afraid, even if I disagree with the practice, I don't understand the legality of where we go with this.
Was that asking for comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. If it was something egregious where, if it was something that y'all felt was severe enough to open an administrative review, there might be more opportunity there for the board to order some sort of an action. That seems expansive under a customer complaint, which is not meant to minimize, the hardship to any of the customers. It's just expanding a little bit beyond our jurisdiction to hear the complaint.
Would
Ms. Anderson.
I'll just share my experience, again, managing a water utility. The board makes a decision whether they pass a formal leak adjustment policy or they adopted the Servline program. They set the parameters for their Servline insurance program, and they made a decision that $2,500, I guess, is their limit of what they will help. If the board wanted to hear her complaint and recognize that the employees made a mistake and they should give additional relief, doesn't the local board, under their local control, have the ability to grant her additional relief outside of anything that we say? Maybe
Yes.
they've got a policy, they've got a practice, I just don't think this is really something that we should be ordering action over, because they have an existing policy. She doesn't like it. I don't necessarily like it either, but there is something going on there. And I think that every customer should be treated fairly. And if we order something for one customer, is it really only affecting leaks in the future, or is it affecting her and plus the leaks in the future? It's not going to go back and help other folks, I don't suppose.
So in light of that, and in summary of what Seth's saying, is I understand pretty much what we're all saying here is that what is our authority to order changes past, hey, review your leak adjustment policy, because as Ms. Nosdale's saying is, listen, they have one, that's what they chose to do. Is it our job to say that was right or wrong, and then y'all should do something different? But to what Seth's saying, that if this board wants us, as in board staff, to determine if it was right or wrong and things can be made, then as a result of this customer complaint, the board could vote to put a co-utility district under administrative review and then task us with going to get more information about the way they deal with the leaks, and then come back to the board with any recommendations that we think could be made. Now, I don't think that it would be appropriate, and we can have that discussion later on, but whether I come back and say, yeah, we should go throw $1,000 to Ms. Lawson's account, I don't know if that's going to be appropriate for board staff to determine as part of the administrative review. But as far as preventing this from happening in the future, I would be fine with that if the board wants to open that administrative review for us to come back with about what the best practice is and any changes we might recommend.
Could we ask for how often this has occurred? I mean, like over the past 2 years, how many have had major leaks?
He said this was a
And
one.
how consistent they were with, fine.
Yeah, if you want to place them under administrative review and task us with getting that information, then we can report that back. I mean, obviously, we can just go ahead and get the information, just give it to you. But to make it official, you would have to place them under administrative review so we can essentially I don't have a doubt that a COE will provide that information to us, but under administrative review, they don't really have a choice in. And so, if that's how y'all want to proceed, and essentially saying we don't necessarily know what to order today, other than telling board staff, hey, we're going to there's more to this picture that we still haven't figured out, and just direct us to go down there and figure everything out and come back with a report. We're happy to do so.
Yeah, that's one of the questions that, based on what you've seen, and I don't like some of the practices, but based on what you've seen and information you get, has Ocoee violated any of their policies?
Given, I think that's for the board to decide, but my opinion is no. I don't believe that they violated any of their policies.
Further discussion? Further thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I'm hesitant to put them under administrative review because I think we need to be judicious with that. This doesn't feel like an administrative review situation for me. Ideally, I would like to see them improve their policies on this. And I have a personal opinion about what I'd like to see their board do on this situation. I think it's easily remedied based on the testimony that we've heard today, and what other utility districts do and what the Morristown utility system does on relief on large water losses. But that's only a personal opinion. I'm hesitant to even mention it. But I think I would like for this to move off our agenda after today. We've done everything, we're not in a position to just order relief and order things on this. It's a customer complaint.
Any other discussion on this complaint?
I just have one other. I think on one other instance, we had a complaint, and I think one of our colleagues had we sent a request. This board sent a request to the board of the utility that received that complaint, and once again requested they revisit and try to address that to the satisfaction of the customer to avoid this board having to act. And so I don't know, would we need a motion in order to send a request to Ocoee's board?
Yeah, so the way that we handled that previously was you ordered board staff to write a letter to the utility saying, hey, we really think that y'all should get together in the same room and hammer this out to make sure all of your customers are happy moving forward. And you gave us the authority to draft the language of that letter and send it on behalf of the T-Board. And I mean, not my opinion. My opinion doesn't really matter here. We're happy to do that. But yeah, so if y'all want to go about it that way, I'm fine with that.
I agree with Mr. Perky. I feel like this gets beyond what I feel like the authority we have is, but I do feel it would warrant at least some reconsideration on their part, and I would hope to do that.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, and we can turn this into essentially the recommendation here, is that board staff will draft a letter on behalf of the Tennessee Board of Utility Regulation with y'all's essentially full authority asking for Ocoee Utility District to clarify their policies, engage in discussions with their customers to figure out what they could be doing better if this is a widespread problem, and request that they report back to us prior to our October meeting about any changes that have been made and the progress of anything as far as that.
I would make a motion to authorize staff to generate that letter and request.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to accept that recommendation. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Would I be?
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right.
Can I ask one?
That's no. Ms. Lawson, I think it would probably be most appropriate if you want to follow up with us after the board meeting, just making sure that we try to get out of here today.
Okay.
So yeah, if you want to follow up with us.
Yes, I will. Would it be possible for one of the members of the board to be online or present, not present, but even on a conference call with Ocoee Utilities while I'm there?
I
So
don't
they
think
can
that's
hear what
necessary.
they say and- 'cause they
We can
don't
discuss that after the
necessarily
meeting,
tell-
ma'am.
Yeah.
You want to mute her,
Okay,
please?
I will do that. Thank you. Yes.
All right, so next, board, we're going to call this lunchtime. And so, Chairman, it is 11:40. What do you want to do? 30 minutes, 45 minutes? How do you want to do that? What do you think? How do y'all feel?
20 minutes.
20 minutes? I love that. Okay, let's go 20 minutes. Just a quick reminder, so we're going to be back in here at noon to get started back. Quick reminder, all the board members, when we go back there, have our lunch, we ain't talking business. All right, y'all have personal lives. Let's talk about those. Let's not talk business. Everyone else, we're going to be back in here at noon.
All right, we are out of adjournment. We are back in session.
All right. And so we're still in the middle of the customer complaints. However, we have people that are here in person to address the board. I don't believe that Miss Patricia Powers, who wants to speak regarding her case with Mason, is here in person. And so I'd like, Mr. Chair, if you find it, all right, I would like to give preference to the individuals that have decided to attend in person regarding their cases. So next, I believe that there are individuals from Huntington that have a complaint that is under 6C. There is Allison Williams is the complainant. I don't believe that she's here present, but she is here. Oh, sorry about that. So, yeah, board, so the next case that we have in front of us is complainant Allison Williams against Huntington. And so now, board, if you find it okay, I would invite Miss Williams to come address the board on her behalf.
Please proceed.
All right, Miss Williams, if you wouldn't mind to come up to the podium.
Thank you for accepting my complaint and thank you in advance for your time today. I'm Allison Williams and I am a citizen of Huntington, Tennessee. On April 1st, I received a bill for water and sewer totaling $601. April 4th, I met with water and sewer supervisor and city recorder regarding my grievance. They explained that our water bill had not been read in at least a year and the employee was just writing down random amounts. It was explained that this bill reflected months of water that was used when my meter was billed under the amount that it should be. They offered no adjustment. State law deems this lawful, but because of our municipal code, it seems that the bill should have been adjusted to my 3-month average, even though the city would need to pay the difference in used water. My 3-month average before my April bill is $89.13. I would like to note that I paid my bill fully by the due date, and this has never been about being reimbursed. The code is 1815-2, which reads, in other cases where complaints of unexplained abnormally high water sewer bills have been received, the superintendent of utilities will cause an investigation to be made to determine if the meter was read incorrectly, if the bill was calculated incorrectly, or if the meter is malfunctioning. If one of these 3 situations is the case, the superintendent of utilities will adjust the water sewer bill in question to the average monthly billing that the customer received over the past 12 months. The months he has had service if less than 12 months, or the average monthly billing since the last water sewer rate increases if less than 12 months. In April, several citizens were asking the city about their high water bills. A family in which gave me permission to speak today had a bill of approximately $2,200. They had many meetings over this bill where the city would not adjust it due to misreading. When finally the maximum pressure was applied by the citizen, the city recorder said, just tell me what you want to pay. Where the representative replied $500. The code was never brought up in all of those meetings by leadership. The mayor responded to the citizen with, we have a private donor to make up the rest of the money. The situation was brought to attention in a special called Water and Sewer Committee meeting May 9th. The mayor told the committee again that there was a private donor who covered the bill. In the Carroll County newspaper, you can read where she says the amount to be paid by the citizen was calculated from code guidelines. This is not true. When pressured by the council, she stated that there is a fund that people can put money into when there are families who cannot pay their bill. It seems now that this fund that was once for benevolence is now a slush fund to cover for the city. This family was not destitute. They came forward on principle. I also question the integrity of the city regarding credits to the accounts of the citizens whose bills were overestimated months, if any. It seems citizens are only receiving high bills when their meter is actually read after these months to years of misreadings that were low. So my question today is how these bills should be adjusted or not fairly for all citizens, deemed illegal by the Municipal Code of Huntingdon, Tennessee. Additionally, I ask that the city of Huntingdon be held to their code and publicly offer this resolution for the past year for any citizen affected.
Yes, just clarification, this code you're referring to, is this a city policy?
Yes,
It's a city, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, got you. Okay.
Look at there.
Yeah, I got you.
Any other questions or comments from the board members?
I have one question of, in a situation like that, and I wasn't sure, is there a recommendation from staff on this?
There's not a staff recommendation, right?
No, we don't have a staff recommendation, and I will point out that there are representatives from the city here. And they'll have an opportunity to speak and address any questions.
So,
At this time, no, there is no staff recommendation of how this should be.
So then my question would be of the city, does the city contend that they followed these policies as published, as contended by Ms.
And
Williams?
so I guess they'll, whenever they come up to defend, like, that's when they'll answer that question.
The reason we referred this for a hearing, we felt this fell under T-Board jurisdiction. This is questioning the justness and reasonableness of a utility system's rates, fees, or charges.
Any other questions for Ms. Williams? Thank you.
Now, if it's okay, I'd invite the representatives of the city.
Thanks.
So if you wouldn't mind, whenever you come up here, just introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Smothers. I serve as the mayor of Huntingdon, Tennessee, and we appreciate the opportunity to respond to your questions, and thank you for that. I have with me Ms. Kim Carter, who is our recorder and who will go over the mathematical calculations for you in just a minute. The information I would like to go ahead and share with you is that we have been on a manual reading system for our meters at this time. We are presently in a conversion process to an automatic meter reading system. However, there was a period of time where we did feel like and did confirm that we had some meter readers that were doing less than an acceptable job, and those people are no longer employed with our city. So there were some adjustments made. We do have a specific adjustment policy. Our code guidelines were followed. And the first thing I would share with you is in reference to Ms. Williams' statement about a slush fund. There is no such thing. That was a misquote. That was never stated. There is no such thing. So at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Carter to go over the adjustment policy.
So in your packet, you should have information regarding Ms. Williams' account and her billing. It shows what her average has been over the last couple of years. And you can note that during a 3-month period from December 23rd to February 24th, February of 2024, I'm sorry, her bill was appears to be underread. That is during the time that Mayor Smothers was referring to that we had some issues with our meter readers and those being done correctly. So for her March reading, it did show up where there had been some underreads. And if you average all of that together, it does appear that that would be more within what her average would be. And when Ms. Williams came in and met with me and our Public Works Director, I explained to her that it appeared her bill had been underread and that it was catching up. And that was the reason for the high bill, because she had paid low bills for 3 months, and that was what was causing that higher bill amount. To address the matter of overbilling customers during that time period, we did find that some customers had been overbilled. And so we did make adjustments to their accounts by putting credits on their accounts and bringing it back to what the reading would have been had it been read correctly. So in March of 2024, there were 90 adjustments done for overread meters and 81 adjustments in April of 2024 to make those corrections.
I'm just curious first, do any of the employees that were involved in this, are they still employed by your organization, including supervisors?
No, sir.
And I apologize, one more, was your adjustment policy equally distributed and enforced across all?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Perky.
Mayor and Ms. Carter, there's a lot of information in here.
Yes.
And I've looked at it, but I just want to try to get a read at a 1,000-foot level on this. Before the adjustments were sent out, did you notify the customers that there was an issue? Did they know there was an issue?
Only overread meters.
Yes, or underread,
Um,
or made up numbers? You know, were they notified there was a problem?
Not by letter. We have done like door hangers and notified customers in that manner in the past, but for these that were overread, I believe the credits were just put on those accounts, and then the customers called and we clarified that information to them.
Okay, well, let me just stick with the complaint that's before us today. Her bill was underread because you feel like numbers were made up for a 3-month period. That's fair to say. And how different was it from?
Her fiscal year 22 average was 9,850 gallons. Her fiscal year 23 average was 8,900 gallons. For those 3 months that appear to be underread, her average was 3,000 gallons. That is a significant difference.
So taking into account your minimums.
You look at page 93, it's about
93.
Page 93, you'll see the averages there. You're looking at about $120 a month.
Yeah.
For 3 months. So you take 120 times 3 would be 360. That what that out, the 600 would be close to a month. Just doing quick rounded math in my head.
Okay. Did the utility, I understand you're trying to correct a problem.
Sure.
I get that. Did the utility take a hit for the fact that it was your employees that were fraudulently doing this?
When you say take a hit.
Well, I mean, are you, you know, it was your employees that were involved in doing wrong. Did you make an allowance on that, or did you just go to the numbers and say, here's what we're going to do?
I think we went to the number.
Did you consider any relief, Mayor? That's what I'm asking.
Just to a relief. We looked at water as a mineral. We know that we have to treat it as you would a precious item that you have to account for. We have to account for every drop that our consumers use. And so we tried to be fair in terms of people that we felt like were overbilled, and we tried to adjust for people who had been underbilled.
Understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, how many customers in this utility district?
Approximately 2,400.
And if, since this was one employee or multiple employees or just one?
There were multiple.
And how many customers were underbilled during this same time period?
I do not have that information.
Okay. The other thing, I know we've talked about at the board level, when you're accounting for water loss, right? Like, so during this time, you know how much was sold, well, you produced, and then you know how much was sold. During that time, was there anyone to notice that there was a significant change? Or was that, you just assumed that that was part of a water loss leak?
Well, in each customer, our clerk has an analysis of that customer's bill. And so that's where the information began to become apparent to us. Because look at that 12-month history as our code states, and you can see the pattern.
I'm looking at it's the reading and consumption report. And based on the 3 months that was underbilled, it looks like there's probably some couple other months back in other years that they were also underbilling due to, I feel like it looks like it was more, this was maybe just a time the person got caught, but they were doing it for several years, it looks like, just on this one customer.
Well, it would not have been that employee because we had new employees at the time that this occurred.
Okay, so to my fellow board members, so you provided a water loss credit, it looks like. The young lady paid her bill, but it still feels like there was no onus on you. Like, it's kind of like, yes, it's precious, we know it gotta be accounted for, but that employee was so fraudulent in it. This goes beyond just saying, oh, my bad, we read your stuff wrong, here's the policy to correct it. The policy corrected was designed for when there's a water leak, and it's not a water leak. It's not a water leak on their side. This was just pure mismanagement.
Can I make a comment there?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, I've seen this in other small utilities, and what it appears to be is meter reading staff didn't do their job as tasked. They estimated it for 3 months at an amount lower than what it was. Then when they finally read it in month 4, you captured all of that additional volume, and so now you had a big bill. But if I'm sitting here just quickly reading the policies that they have in subparagraph 2 for other adjustments, it says, gives all other cases where adjustments could have been given other than a leak. So this is not a leak that would meet a leak adjustment.
Yeah.
It's failure, negligence on staff, but it says if the bill was calculated incorrectly. So it specifically says that in subparagraph 2 under other adjustments. If they followed that paragraph, that would then give the manager, if the council authorized by their policy, they could have done one under the other adjustments policy. Am I understanding, Ms. Williams, that you received no adjustment? Mayor, was that correct? No adjustment was given?
So there was.
If you look at page 90.
No, I was looking at the payment. It looks, did she make two separate payments? That's what this is?
No, they billed her short 3 months in a row.
Okay.
And then fourth month, they billed her.
No, I know it's the 600, and I thought that there was I must have misread. I thought that a credit was provided using a policy. But since both entities are telling me no, I will yield.
I apologize for interrupting you, sir.
Policy, they order it, right?
Yeah.
That's what I read.
If they calculated incorrectly, that would be a utility fault instead of a customer fault.
But the water was used.
Yeah.
So she did not pay the correct amount for those 3 months.
But that was because your staff did not do their jobs correctly. That was no negligence on her part.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple more questions, and I was a county mayor for 16 years, so I have some understanding of local government. When you uncovered what was happening, did you seek a criminal investigation, or did you just decide to handle it internally?
We did discuss with our lawyer, met with the city, and as we reported, we did release some employees.
I understand. You didn't take it further. That's fair to say. You got rid of the employees. Let me just ask a direct question. Do you feel any responsibility for the fact that these situations, whether they were under or over, feel any responsibility for that as an entity, as a city, as a public works department?
It's very sad that this occurred, and I would give anything if it had not. I do feel like that we have responded to what our code requires and calculates according to adjustments. And it was not, I felt, our place to step in and say, well, we can not charge you for water used.
Mr. Mansdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I hate that this happened to you. The exact same thing has happened at my utility before. And it's terribly frustrating. You lost the trust in your customer. She felt like she was mistreated, and there's not a great remedy for that. So I think you tried to honestly bill what was actually owed, and it came out into one big bill, and that stinks for everybody involved. I would like to hear from you about the anonymous donor. What did some people that had the high bill? I suspect some of them got a low bill, some of them had a high bill. You've adjusted whichever way to make it true. But did some of the folks that had a high bill actually get assistance? And if so, why does she feel like she didn't get assistance that other people did get?
There was a particular situation where, as you said, there was a lot of discussion and people bringing in thoughts. And so that donor did just solve the situation with that particular customer, but it was not an action of the city.
Okay.
It was a one-off.
It was a one-off.
So you didn't use any ratepayer money to adjust any bills to give credits in any of these misreads?
Mr. Giles.
Well, I'm just going to read section 2 of your policy, and I'd request an explanation of why this does not fall under that. It says other adjustments. In other cases, complaints unexplained abnormal water sewer bills have been received, the superintendent of utilities will call an investigation to be made to determine if the meter were read incorrectly, which you did. Well, if the bill was calculated incorrectly, if it was, or if the meter is malfunctioning, then in these situations, it goes on to say there will be an adjustment. So why does this not fall under that guideline or the?
If that meter was down there,
Would you mind using the microphone to speak? It helps the people. Move that plug out here.
If it was found that that meter was not functioning correctly, there would definitely be an adjustment. We have had some meters that were not functioning properly, and we had to pull and change.
But it says if the bill was calculated incorrectly.
Well, if you read the first part where it says an unexplained abnormally high bill, which I believe because hers was underread, that was the explanation. This was where that water had been used and had not already been billed to that customer.
Mr. Perky. This will be my final comment, I promise you. I believe that you are trying to do the right thing. I believe that wholeheartedly. It's my humble opinion that you're missing something here. And what you're missing is you had a malfunction. It was just in people.
We do agree with that. We understand there was a problem there.
So sometimes in government, you have a higher responsibility that if you have a malfunction, to not put all that malfunction on the person or entity that had to suffer from it. That's the only comment that I would make. I don't believe you've done anything wrong. I just think you're missing something here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Board members, Mr. Stone.
How many customers had to go back and have their billing adjusted either up or down?
Do not have an exact total. I do know in the month of March of 2024, there was 90 adjustments made, and in April, there were 81.
Was there a fairly equal distribution between those that were too low and those that were too high, or was it one way more than the other?
Probably fairly.
Ms. Vanisdale.
I ask a question of the staff, and that is, what is the comptroller's office expectation for a utility to do if in the case that a bill is underread?
So I wouldn't necessarily say that there's a comptroller guideline on what happens when a bill is underread. We would really just look to what is the best practice for utilities. And, because we do see frequently where, especially in times of whenever you do manual reading, and obviously y'all know this, whenever you do manual reading, if you have weather issues, whatever comes up, sometimes you do have to just kind of do an average on a bill. When those are explained by instances such as that. Whenever you have an instance where there are misreadings based on poor management, I think that we would look to what the utility best practice is, and that is the onus of the city or the utility to fix. But to say that we have some sort of written guideline anywhere, this doesn't really happen common enough to where we've had to adopt some sort of guideline. The T-Board could adopt one, and then we can say, this is what you should do in these instances. But I would say, generally speaking, we always look to what is the best industry practice. And I think in instances like this, it's the local government's fault that something like this occurs. So they should be the ones responsible.
To good end, though, I think that would be what the board could determine is what is the best industry practice. And so if there's a policy that should exist that doesn't, or if the policy wasn't followed, I think that's within y'all's discretion to take remedial action there.
Mr. Pelham.
To me, across the state, middle, 3 segments of the state, we're all different for the challenges that we face in treating water. But at least, whatever that local jurisdiction body has and they establish their own policies, then I would hope they would follow their own policies. In this case, I have a little bit of inclination that segment there on that section of paragraph 2 was not followed. And so to me, my thing is encourage them to follow their own policy. I don't know if that's the form we need to take them forward.
And so that would ultimately be the finding of the board that policy wasn't followed, and then the board to order remedial action to get into compliance with what that internal policy was.
This could also be another situation where it's appropriate to ask the city to reconsider that on their own, rather than ordering anything specific.
Yeah, happy to go about it either.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to request is it city or town of Huntington? Huntington to reconsider, in my opinion, that policy already exists. And my recommendation would be to request them to review that. And if they feel it's applicable, then follow that policy.
And follow up with us.
I second.
And so just to be clear, to make sure that we understand that, again, you're asking board staff to write in a letter on behalf of the T-Board to request that the city Huntington look back into the matter to see if there can be a different resolution based on the following of the policy that was outlined by y'all, then have board staff report back at the following meeting what transpired from that.
Yes,
Policies 18131 on page 89 of the PDF.
Page 90, actually, it's 181. I guess it looks like it. Yeah, 89 and 90.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Who seconded that, by the way, just for the record?
No further comments or questions? All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries.
All right, moving right along. So next, so looking at the people who are here in person, they're representative from Centerville here in person. No, cool. So board, here we're going to kind of go a little bit out of order because again, the people that are here in person, I'm trying to move it along to make sure that they're heard. And so I think at this point, it would be appropriate to move to the item 13A, the city of Dresden. These individuals are here. You can find that on, do y'all know what page Dresden is on? 182 of the packet. 181 of the packet. And so I'm going to invite Nate up here because this is a West Tennessee case to kind of introduce what we're doing with Dresden. As long as it's okay with the board, we can keep going along with the agenda. I'm just trying to help the.
Please proceed.
Okay. So yeah, we'll have Nate come up here to discuss Dresden and then the folks from Dresden are here to address.
What page number did you say?
This is 197. Good afternoon, board. As Ross said, I'm here to present on City of Dresden. They are falling under the board for 2 years of statutory decrease in net position. The 22 and 23 audit you can see on page 198 there. It's a fairly straightforward decrease in net position situation. So we're going to recommend a rate study for the City of Dresden. A couple of things I did want to highlight past the first bullet points there of not having a rate study in the past 5 years, not increasing fees past 5 years, is that they do have a heavily weighted structure towards the outside city customers. And that's something we do see from time to time. And a lot of times it can be accounted for in actual costs. And so that may be something that the city officials can provide information on today. The other item I did want to mention, if y'all had noticed, 2022 has quite a large jump in that change in net position. You're going from 100,000 to 70,000, an increase, and then it jumps to a negative $510,000. This looks largely due to the addition of a capital project that was added onto their books. And I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I want to say it was close to $4 million of capital projects that were added in 2021 and 2020 to essentially an $8 million system. And so you see a very large addition of a capital project. Of course, that's going to increase your depreciation. And it's also going to increase other operating expenditures. The counter side to that is that they did not increase their customer base during that time. So they're still serving the same amount of customers. Their revenues are staying essentially the same. And so that seems to be a large cause for the large decrease in that position. Again, that may be something that the city officials can address and can provide more information on. At this time, I don't have anything else besides that recommendation to order a rate study, having TAUD or another qualified expert to complete the items listed there below by September 26, 2024. The entity shall send board staff a copy of the contract. And then by June 30th, 2025, we'd expect to see that rate study. But if it's okay with the board at this time, I'd ask that the city officials would come up and present any information, answer any questions that y'all might have.
Let me ask you one question before you leave the podium.
Yeah, absolutely.
The additional capital outlay, do you know if it was emergent or do you know what it was?
I am not entirely certain what it is. I was reviewing the audits beforehand and it's just listed as an addition of a capital item. And so that
seemed to be and maybe they can address this. It seems to be, if you're in financial distress, that I'd like to know what that was for. So thank you.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind, whoever is going to be speaking, just make sure you're talking to the mic and then just address yourself. Let me get this cord out of y'all's way as y'all do. Shut it around. Y'all go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mark Maddox. I'm the mayor of the city of Dresden. I have with me today Jennifer Branscombe, our city recorder, and Carla Edwards, our finance director. The reason that they are here is that I've been on the job for 20 months and I learn something new every day. So I'm sitting over there. I've already taken a few notes that will be going back to West Tennessee with me. The first thing I need to say to you is thank you for the job you do. I know that this is not an easy situation. The second thing I need to say to you is that on my page 185, I'm not sure, it's the questionnaire. I'm not sure what page number that is for you. It says, what was the net sales revenue for the water utility last fiscal year? It says 0. The actual revenue was $1,015,763. All three of us looked at that report before we sent it in, and all three of us missed it. So I will apologize to you for that. And then the 2 lines below that should be 10%, not 0. In another life, I was a technology coordinator, so I understand what may or may not have occurred there. The third thing I'd like to say to you, Finance Director Edwards did recognize a problem in the water department, and we we took steps this fiscal year to take care of that by raising our rates 15%. So we're thinking that that will generate enough revenue to cover whatever shortfall that there was. We are actively looking for an entity right now to perform the rate study. TAUD is they're booked to the gills. We've had a conversation with an MTAS representative, so we think that that will occur very soon. And if there's any other questions as far as the technical end of it, I wish you would address those to these 2 ladies. I'm pretty sure that Director Edwards has the answer to the capital expense situation. So thank you. I will not come back to this microphone unless you ask me a question.
To address that capital asset issue, what happened is that in 2020, we were working with WKNT, West Kentucky and Tennessee, to install a fiber network. We used the fiber network to do remote reads on our water meters, and also it allowed our citizens to gain internet access. And for the first couple of years, we were capitalizing that, considering it as an asset. And then in 2022, we were notified, nope, you shouldn't be doing that. It needs to be an operating expense. We pay $146,000 a year to WKNT. And so in 2022, our auditor did an adjustment to book basically 3 years of expense into our operating expense. So that's why we have such a large negative in 2022. Then in further discussions with the state, our auditor said, well, they've changed their minds and now it needs to be a capital lease. So it came out of our operating expenses and was then put into capital again, but now is being treated as a capital amortization on, and we split the payment between an interest and a principal portion, and we recognized over $2 million for this capital lease, which is the amount of the asset that has been added into our financials. So basically that should explain why we went so far negative, because there was a 3-year restatement into our operating expenses and then came back out of that when it got restated again to treat it as the capital lease.
All right, well, this is a very, financially, it's a very unique one. I've been sitting on the board, we hadn't had something like this. So this is to the staff. Seeing that these all sound like prior period adjustments, and maybe the comptroller staff, why was that, if seeing that it was due to changes, they consider prior period adjustments, why was that considered in the bottom line of showing that they had a change in gap? Because those particular advice by the auditors are so unique. It's not like where it's operational. it was, hey, y'all need to do it this way. Tomorrow, the next time it was do it this way.
So I don't have the audits in front of me, obviously,
Yeah.
you know, we default to the audit, but I mean, at the end of the day, the discrepancies really just led to them having a negative change in net position is
Yeah.
on the audit. And so that's really what we're going off of, because, I mean, to chime in, I completely understand what you're saying. This really isn't anything abnormal from a financial distress case. Obviously, what happened with, you know, the adjustments and the lease, yada, 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 that's abnormal. But this case really isn't anything outside of what we typically deal with financial distress. Board staff, we don't really have concerns that they're not going to do the right thing. They already did a rate increase. They already are getting a rate study done. I don't think that this is that big of a deal.
Oh, okay, then.
I was gonna say, I was gonna compliment you all. It seems that y'all are on the right thing. It seems like this is semantics. We just need to make a motion to support staff and move on.
Yeah.
That's what I did. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board comments, questions? Recommendation?
Make a recommendation. We support staff's recommendation.
Motion to accept board staff's recommendation. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Stone. Any further discussion? None being, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Mr. Chairman, I lied. I want to come back one time. I want to commend your staff, Nate and Ross. Nate and Ross, they've been very helpful in this situation, so thank you, and can't increase their pay.
All right, board. Well, moving right along to someone else who's here. Let's do Clear Fork. You're here for Clear Fork. So Ben, if you want to come up and discuss Clear Fork next. Again, we're going out of order. So Clear Fork, actually, you won't see on the current agenda, board. They were on the agenda that was originally sent out for a delinquent audit. However, there was some confusion because I'll let Ben really explain it, but there was confusion. So they were taken off the delinquent audit, but there still is an order outstanding. I'll let Ben describe the situation. But they are not on the agenda or in the packet right now.
Yeah, as Russ said, we were originally planning to bring them forward for delinquent audits, but that got changed. What they are here for, those, we discussed them last time. I think I've given you all a rundown. Essentially, where Clear Fork, what we've seen to this point, okay? They have a financial distress case that goes back to, I want to say, 2018. Okay, so they've got one going back since 2018. What they have outstanding right now is they need to get a rate study carried out, as well as a feasibility analysis. What they've been running into is these late audits. And without these audits they're not current, a third party really can't come in there and do due diligence to carry out a rate study that's going to be viable, as well as a feasibility analysis. And so we discussed this at the last meeting, if you remember, and we kind of turned it over. The board recommended, let's go ahead and bring Clear Fork's governing body in. Now, what I want to say today is, I believe we have Mr. Rick Johnson here with us. The board has been essentially overhauled. In April, there was 2 new board members that were placed onto this board, and they are not in attendance today. And to be frank, they really weren't a part of much of what was going on, what's in question with their financial distress case. But we did want to bring Mr. Johnson forward because I know, like I said, the board had ordered that someone from their governing body come forward so we could discuss what the path forward for Clear Fork is. What I can say right now is Clear Fork was also under some training issue violations. They have got that brought back in. I do understand from an update from our local government audit group that they have turned over records to get an audit going. Essentially, what also happened was they changed their end of fiscal year from a December, I believe, is it going to be a June 30? So it's going to be to a June 30. So they've had it's gotten a little wonky with that as well, but they're essentially going to turn in a 23 audit that's going to cover 18 months. So what we're hoping is they'll go 21 audit straight into this 23 audit. That'll be the most updated figures, and that's going to cover an 18-month period. But again, like I said, it was ordered at our last meeting for their governing body to come forward. And so if y'all have any other questions about the details, feel free to ask me. But I did want to acknowledge Mr. Johnson's here today, and we can bring him forward if y'all have any questions for him about, the financial distress case related to Clear Fork.
Comments or questions for Clear Fork?
I'd like to address how they're going, their path forward and their commitment to doing what we've been trying to get them to do for 5 or 6 years.
Sure.
If I may ask a little clarification on where Clear Fork is or kind of geographically.
Mr. Johnson, I'm gonna let you answer that question. You can tell them it's beautiful up there. I've been there, but I'm gonna let you go into it if you don't mind.
Rick Johnson, Clear Fork Utility District. You're familiar with Cumberland Gap? All right, we're there. And our district covers 2 counties, actually, Claiborne and Campbell, parts of that. What I want to speak to is in regards to the audits, as Ben was talking about. Within the past, there has been some delays in getting all of these things going. And we have had a change of the entire board. Actually, I'm young too, under 2 years on the board. So I can say, I've got some notes here to let you guys know that Melody Sayin, if that is her correct pronunciation of her last name, Tuad, she has currently got all of our financial reports. She's compiling those. Our last contact with her was probably a couple of weeks ago or so. And that is all in the process, but they are overwhelmed evidently too with a lot of things going on. But she will get that to John Poole. All this is under contract, paid for, ready to go. And he will do the audits. And when we get the audits accomplished and done and over, we already have a man under contract to go ahead and do a rate study. However, in all of the meantime, being in distress as we were, the board felt that we should take some initiative and get things going to get our balance sheet worked out. So we initiated a 40% increase in the rates, which was a little drastic. However, our customers did not have a great, they accepted it very well. Few who didn't. However, it all worked out fine. And it appears now that we're on a pretty good course of being solvent. So for the last few months, actually, in our personal finance reports that we have do monthly there, we're back in the black again. So what has happened with the increase in rates, and we have had a customer come on, Bitcoin, if you're familiar with any of those, who use a tremendous amount of water, and we're glad of that. And with that customer and the rate increase, Bitcoin's saying they're going to be there long term. We do not know that for sure, but it has stabilized everything. And I foresee that things will turn around and be fine within months.
Thank you.
Any questions?
So ask any additional recommendations from staff or any actions we need to take at this time?
No.
Not at this time. Like I said, we've got outstanding orders related to their financial distress case. And so I think at this time, other than an update, we'll just be looking to make sure they get that stuff taken care of.
Mr. Chairman, are you chairman of the board?
Yes, I am.
I would just encourage you all to be involved. I know all of you are relatively new.
Yes.
I would just encourage you to, at your meetings, to ask questions and be involved and move things. If you don't do that, they just tend to languish. And I know, like accounting firms, I know they're busy, but you can hold them to account for what you need if you're under review like this.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you. I would just encourage you to, I'm not saying you don't, but all three of you take your responsibility seriously. I just encourage you to do that.
I do feel like that we have a very intelligent group of men there now who considers the problem, and they're committed to making this thing work.
Thank you very much.
Right.
All right, board. Excuse me, sir, what utility are you representing?
Utility.
Okay, so that is the last think in person, well, other than folks from Communities Unlimited. So board, I would like to now move to another West Tennessee case of the Leoma Utility District, and I'll invite Nate up here to describe what's going on. There's a gentleman here that would like to address.
It depends what you consider West Tennessee, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they're kind of middle.
We consider Middle Tennessee, sorry.
Yeah. It's on this side of the river.
And while I'm getting my computer pulled back up, if y'all remember at the March 14th meeting, Leoma came up underneath board discussion because of the investigative report by the Division of Investigation, which is the supplemental packet that y'all have with you. I just wanted to refresh your memories. And so at that meeting, you requested that the board's governing body appear at the next utility board meeting. And so I just wanted to provide a brief update or bring up this gentleman from the Leoma Utility District. As of right now, they've currently contracted with Rye Engineering, or excuse me, I'm looking at they've complied with all the due dates. I believe they're working with TAUD on the rate study. And so we've had discussions with Lawrence County officials and people in that area regarding the request that was made by the board at our March 14th meeting to facilitate discussion regarding mergers, potential mergers in that area with the distressed utility districts. Right now, Rye Engineering is working to complete a project to map the water lines in the county, and we feel like that's best served to wait a little while until we get an idea of where all the water lines run and who's connected to who. I know Lawrence County has a lot of utility districts, and they have some distressed utility districts. So if we can clean that up, I think it'll all be for the better. But just want to provide a brief update on that, and then if the board sees fit, I'll invite gentleman right here.
And just one other thing that I'd like to add in case, just to summarize why y'all asked someone from Leoma Utility District to be here was based on the deficiencies of the comptroller's investigative report. The first deficiency was the board failed to report suspicions of unlawful conduct to the comptroller's office. And the board failed to adequately document labor agreements between Lee and the district. And then the board failed to document internal controls or a formal written purchasing policy. And so there is a gentleman from the Leoma Utility District to address.
Please proceed.
If you'll come up here and you can answer any questions you might have.
May not be able, but I don't know, most of the ones that are really involved in it, they left.
Okay.
So I'll do best I can.
Yeah, well, if you don't mind just giving them your name and then role you serve, then if y'all have any questions.
I'm Herbert Kelton. I'm a board member of the Leoma Utility District. I've been on it nearly 20 years. We've had some problems down there. We had problems with our manager. And it was on top of us before we knew it. And when we found out that suspicion something was going on, we started looking into it. And in the meantime, the district attorney called us and told us that they wanted him. And at that time, we didn't really know for sure, what was going on. But he had done that at a fire department, and they investigated that, and then they found out he was working for Leoma, so they just went over into that. So actually, they knew it at the time we did. As soon as we found it out, we started investigating it. We found some questionable things. We called him in and asked him about it, and he just admitted it. He admitted to the whole thing. So But by then, the district attorney was involved in it, so we worked it out that if it accepted it, then he was gonna, we had to have somebody that had a water distribution license, and he did, and our new man we hired didn't have, so he's gotta work some time before, 2 years before he can get his license. So we made a deal with him to stay on as our manager till we could get that worked out. And he was to help us out if we got in a tight, but we withheld his pay till this was settled.
May I ask a question or two, sir?
Hey,
May I ask a question or two?
yeah.
Just two. One, with the deficiencies that's there, the employee's no longer employed by Leoma.
Oh, no.
And now the
Just as
board,
quick as we got this worked out, when we found out about it, we changed the locks on the doors and,
so now how many members are on the board? You and two more?
well, it's supposed to be 5, but one of them died, 2 of them resigned. And we got one of them replaced. We're in the process of trying to find another replacement
So
now.
now does the board monitor regular monthly financial reports to see those to hopefully deal with the problem faster?
Yeah, we're trying to keep we thought we were keeping a close watch on things, but I'm going to admit we failed somewhere. We didn't. He slipped some in on us. And, but we got a new
Manager.
yeah, well, we've got a new manager, but we hired a new CPA, whatever. She keeps up with it. And she comes every month, every meeting. She keeps us up to date. And so far, it's working real good. We had one before that we didn't get a report out everybody every 6 months, and we got ourselves in a bind. So we got this one coming every month, and as things start slipping, we try to get a handle on it. And we were doing pretty good, but we had a little bad luck right here lately. We kind of got on we had a rough year this way. That freeze back in the winter cost us a lot of money. And
Any additional,
trying to get her help,
any additional questions?
increase our pay quite a bit to keep employees, and we implemented, they call for a 15% increase.
Mr. Hampton, go ahead. You're recognized.
We've done that.
Excuse me, sir.
We raised some other rates.
We got a question for you, sir.
Oh, okay.
So you said that's, when you first, walked up, this other members of the board left, the other person, the other two?
Well,
You're by yourself solely?
no. There's only 2 of us left that was there when
Yeah, but
this come up.
physically in, coming to this meeting, were you the only member of the board coming to this meeting?
Well, the other boy that was there and is still there, he had a doctor's appointment today and he couldn't come.
Okay.
So just a quick, were they ordered to be at this meeting, Nate?
Correct. The March 14th order was, I think, similar to the clear board, as far as the board just wanted, y'all's board wanted to have the governing body of Leoma Utility District just here to Nashville to answer some of the questions, in person to answer some of the questions regarding the deficiencies in the report.
See, one of the boys was on the board when this all started. He passed away. And another one of our members, week before last, he took another job with a different company and he's had to go out of state, so he resigned.
We got another question for you, sir. Mr. Hampton.
Right now, is, seeing that the board is under, staffed in a sense, Are y'all still having regular meetings?
Yeah, we meet every second Monday night.
Okay, all right, well, I don't have anything else.
And we've tried to, they sent us a list, some things they found, and we've tried to address all of them. And I think we've got all of them took care of now, but.
Mr. Giles. How many customers in this utility district?
Do you know, Nate, off the top of your head?
1,300 and something.
1,300 sounds correct, somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,300. It's a small utility.
Do they produce water, have a treatment plant, or do they purchase all the water?
We got a well.
Okay.
We're in the process. That's another thing.
Yeah, they need to get a second well by our regulator.
We're in the process. We're looking at 2 wells right now. Or we're also looking at buying water. We're looking at several options. We're getting prices, trying to work it out.
Is there any opportunity to look at if there's a place where a merger might work here? Or are they interconnected with other systems that Lawrenceburg?
So,
yeah, there's nobody down in there wants that. I mean, they're fighting that. Nobody wants, none of the customers. Of course, part of it is rates.
Well, this in my estimation is similar to South Fork 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was, time gets by. We've got significant findings from the investigators, and in that case, we took steps to at least force the evaluation of merger. Very similar things, and I believe that's the next.
Yeah, so in order to accomplish that, there would have to be an order from the board for Leoma Utility District to conduct a feasibility study. Because, previously we were hesitant because of the study being done by Rye Engineering. However, at this point, based on Mr. Sense, that you would have to order Leoma Utility District to conduct a feasibility study into the merger with surrounding utilities, including Lawrenceburg.
Is Leoma capable in the current state to do that? And I don't know how else to do other than.
How many board members do you currently have?
We're supposed to have 5.
How many do you currently have?
Well, we've got 4 right now.
Okay, so they have 4. So they are able to make the decision to hire someone to conduct the feasibility study.
We're talking to people to try to get together and just see. This board is resigned a few days ago. He took a job out of state. He wasn't going to be able to be there.
Mr. Pelham, just want to confirm one other question, if I heard you correctly. Does Leoma have licensed staff, full-time staff for the water, for the well, for the water treatment, and for the distribution?
Well, right now, the guy that does distribution, he's just part-time.
Is he licensed?
Our manager.
Is he licensed, sir?
He's going to try to get him, but.
It does not sound like he's licensed, no.
He'd have to work under somebody else 2 years, I believe it is, before he can get his license. And he'll soon have that time in, but it ain't hardly. We got this other guy that, well, he used to work. He got a better offer, but he's come back.
Board Chair, based on the information that we've been provided today, it helps shine light on information that we currently didn't have. So I would like to make a staff recommendation that we do a feasibility study of the merger of Leoma Utility District and so surrounding utilities, including Lawrenceburg. That's going to be the staff recommendation today.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendation for feasibility study. Any further discussion? Seth, you're recognized.
Were there dates discussed for that?
We'll have, so it's July, so we'll do all of August. End of September to have the contract completed, and let's call it December 31 to get us the feasibility study. To be
Opportunity for staff to extend one time as needed.
Yeah, we'll do a one-time 6-month extension, assuming good cause from the utility.
Same motion, same second. Any further discussion? None being, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you for your time, sir.
I would ask that you talk to him before we leave and make sure he understands what we've done here.
Yeah.
Not
Yep.
sure he will.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so the last folks that we have here in person, unless, is there anything from MCAS that y'all are here on behalf of? Okay, but thank you for coming anyway. So we have folks from Communities Unlimited to discuss the West Point Utility District. And so Nate, if you want to come up here and talk about them a little bit, and we'll go from there.
So West Point is another utility district in the Lawrence County area. Let me pull up my notes real quick. So West Point has not been under the board for financial distress, but was under the board for an administrative review. Or excuse me, I believe this order is falling under administrative review or recommendation rather. And so it's a small utility district that only serves about 130 customers. Currently, they purchase all of their water from the city of Loretto, which is nearby. They have a lot of different complications in regards to being able to operate even on a daily basis, whether that's water leaks or just management in general. As far as their board is concerned, it's now comprised of 2 individuals. I was speaking with Ms. Giotto from Communities Unlimited, and as of a couple weeks ago, or maybe even this week, the 3rd commissioner who was on the board resigned. As mentioned with Leoma Utility District, Seth Rice completing that mapping of utility lines, so this would be included in that scope of that mapping. After having discussions with TDEC as well as Communities Unlimited, board staff is concerned regarding the ability for the utility district to manage. And so we are recommending that a merger or a feasibility study rather be looked into. And there's the dates on there. As I mentioned, we have folks from Communities Unlimited here if the board would like for them to present just a short segment on what's been going on since they've been handling matters on the day-to-day. There is a photo in there included, and then Ms. Giotto also provided more photos today that aren't in the packet, but that was their old water treatment plant. They don't no longer treat water, obviously, but if you look on the floor and on the countertops, those were records of the utility district. From my understanding, they really don't have anything past 4 to 5 years ago as far as records go, whether that's financial records or articles of incorporation. From our office's perspective, we're mostly obviously concerned with 2 years or maybe even a 4-year scope, but it does shed a little bit of light on the management of the system. Currently, the utility manager has illnesses and is not doing well, and that's another reason why this has been brought before the board. And again, I would just like to say, if y'all have any questions and would like folks from Communities Unlimited to come up and present, I think they'd be more than happy to.
So could you just clarify, because the term Communities Unlimited as opposed to the West Point Utility District, is West Point or Communities Unlimited now operating and running West Point Utility?
No, they serve more as a TAUD style
Okay.
role where that's an advisory
So
or
it's
rate
advisory.
training and stuff like that.
Is there anybody here from West Point Utility District?
I don't believe so.
Any comments that Communities Unlimited would care to make?
Making a lot of comments.
They move forward.
I make a recommendation that we accept staff. I move that we accept staff recommendations.
I'll second motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendations. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Looks like a couple of guys were walking by and somebody asked them to look at the pump.
They have 158.
All right, board. So now we are going to start moving back in order from where we left off at, which means that we are on page 71 of the packet. the complaint of Miss Patricia Powers in the town of Mason. And so, Ms. Powers, if you're still available online, now would be an appropriate time to speak up and discuss your complaint with our board. It does not appear that she's still available online. So with that being said, board, not necessarily here to.
Mr. Chairman, I would move in kind of vein being consistent with what we've done with other customer complaints today. That we authorize staff to draft a letter to just follow up if Town of Mason followed their policies and then give a report.
And we'll update y'all at the following meeting. So to be clear, in case y'all didn't hear that, and for everyone online who might not have heard that, currently what's outstanding, what the board would like to do is to direct board staff to pen a letter to the town of Mason regarding this complaint and encourage them to revisit it, make sure that all of their policies were adequately followed, and to update the board at the following board meeting in October.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second. Clarification, I think it should apply for everyone. Is updating the board in writing just by letter sufficient?
We'll update the board.
Will.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, and so we've already done the city of Huntingdon, Jonesboro. Board, if you want to turn to page 82 of the packet that's been provided, there's been a complaint that we had jurisdiction over the town of Jonesboro. However, board, I am requesting that essentially we don't take any action on this one due to this. I think this one, this is the one that turned into kind of a criminal matter, and there's really nothing else for our board to do on this one. So we're just going to kind of skip over this one. No action because we never officially opened the case. We just wanted to bring in. So now we're moving on to page 101, which is the city of Centerville. Ms. Kreitz, are you still available online to address your complaint?
I am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I apologize for how long it's taken for us to get to you, but I do appreciate your patience. And so we can hear you loud and clear. If you wouldn't mind to begin discussing.
So what's the page number?
So this is
Thank
page
you so-
101 of your packet.
117.
Page 101.
Was Centerville?
117.
117.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. My packet's wrong. Oh, okay, yeah, why am I arguing with y'all? Y'all tell me what to do. All right, page 117, Ms. Kreitz, you're on.
All right. Thank you so very much for hearing me today and taking your time to do so. In January of this year, I requested to be put on the agenda in Centerville to discuss the sewer access line fee. It was rejected by Mayor Jacobs. So my next recourse was with you guys, which I appreciate so very much. What I was here to discuss, or what I am here to discuss, is I know that by law, that fee can be charged. A fee can be charged. Here in Centerville, we're at the top. I believe it's the 103% of water volume used is what we're charged here. I literally pay more for this sewer access fee than almost all of my utilities combined. Having said that, I do not use this fee. I did not. I didn't ask for it. I do not need it. I'm on septic. So, for example, back on 8/19/22, my gas fee was $5. My water was $33. My sewer access fee was $42.99. And this goes on and on. And I think I sent examples in my packet. like I said, I realize that this can be charged, but I also realize that it can be much, 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 much lower. Also, all of these fees, gas, water, sewer access, um, the gas, the water, these are held hostage to this sewer line access fee. So if this fee that I neither use or ask for, this access, if that is not paid, I lose my water, I lose my gas, I lose, well, the whole shooting match, so to speak. Um, I realize that this probably needs to be heard and spoken about in my city, in the town of Centerville. That was denied. He would not put me on the agenda. I think there's probably emails to the fact in my packet as well. They did not appear here today. So again, my complaint is not getting to them. So I guess what I'm asking for today, is exactly what's in my complaint.
Yeah, and so thank you so much for that. And we do have, and so board, I just do want to be clear, the remedy that she's seeking is that she's asking for the sewer access fee to be decreased to the monthly flat fee, and that a refund be made to the citizens of the town of Centerville, so the customers. And so before we continue, I would just like to clarify and ask everyone online, is there anyone from Centerville available online to address this complaint on their behalf? No. All right, board. So you have heard from the customer. If there are questions for me or for the customer, now would be an appropriate time.
Mr. Jones. So I understand that many bond covenants and that it is legal in the state of Tennessee to charge a fee. But like in our case, the flat monthly user fee is what is applied, if anything. I don't understand the fairness nor the reasonableness of this fee. And I believe Centerville should be required to do some type of some cost of service study to justify the fee they're charging to a customer. Because the flat fee should cover for lack of a better term, the access. And the rest of their fees should be justified for treatment, conveyance and all those things, none of which she is using. So I would like to see that justified. Further, just while I'm talking, I think it's a good idea to add to your annual, information survey, how systems address this.
Okay.
Just so we know.
We'll make a note of that and we'll have to vote on that later, but that is a good idea because, so to make it clear for everyone, especially for utilities that don't have sewer, it is common for, especially with municipal systems, where we see a utility, they run a sewer line, but someone chooses to stay on septic, you still charge them an access fee. Generally speaking, we see that as a flat fee, usually just the minimum bill of the sewer. Rarely do we see it as variable. And quite frankly, as in my professional role, what I've seen, I just don't understand how you can charge a variable rate on something where you're not actually providing a service. And so board staff, speaking on behalf of board staff, I would feel comfortable requesting or ordering Centerville to do, you all would call it a cost of service study, to determine what that flat fee should be for all the sewer customers and then change the variable rate based on that. And then as far as figuring out how many utilities in Tennessee and which utilities do it based on variable, we'll have to make that a separate vote to amend our annual information report to reflect that moving forward. So I think first it would be best to deal with the Centerville thing. And so is there, so based on that, I guess we can make the staff recommendation that we order Centerville to conduct a cost of service study, just only on the wastewater. We don't have issues on the water side or anything. If it needs to involve water, they can figure that out. But on the cost of the wastewater, to figure out the fixed and variable costs, to decide what the sewer access fee should be, However, the one question that I would pose is, in the meantime, from when this study gets conducted to then, should Centerville continue this practice? I will say I do have concerns that if we were to tell them right now that they can't continue that practice, that could lead to some financial issues until they figure out the money that they need. So I would caution the board against ordering them to drop it to the $18 today. I think instead we should just get the cost service study and move on from there. However, I'm at the board's leisure.
Hello. May I ask Mr. May a question? I've dealt with this in a few cases prior as a consulting engineer, but have you looked at the state statute or TCA code that authorizes the charging of sewer rates? And from my recollection, it's based on state law allows the local entity to pass an ordinance or rate, and then it's kind of the local policy dictates. Is that, am I well based?
No, that's generally correct. I looked this up whenever the complaint first came in. You're correct. The state, local governments and utilities are allowed to charge an access fee. Given, I forget which statute it was, but the fact that it's a variable fee was very suspect to me.
Well, it appears that they're charging based on how much water she uses.
Yeah.
Which is what you would if she was getting sewer.
Right.
And
The fact that just the access fee is variable is the part that I.
And so the question on that is whether the rate that they're charging is reasonable and justifiable. And, you know, that's the crux of the rate in Tennessee. And so y'all's question is this reasonable and justifiable? And, you know, the finding that y'all are coming up to is, no, it's not. So let's figure out what it needs to be to make sure that it's flat, because you're not actually providing it.
Mr. Doe. To the lady on the phone, can you access the sewer if you chose to now?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that I can.
So it seems to me they're charging you exactly what they would, like Tom said, if you were connected.
Mhm. Yeah. And normally what we would see is just a flat, like.
Yeah.
I could do the Cumberland County.
That's going to be a big count. Open it.
So with that, let's, I guess, so to get something out there, cost service study, to get the flat and the variable fees, to make sure that we can get the sewer access fee. Centerville can continue its current practice until the cost service study is completed and adopted. We'll say they have until the end of September to send us a contract of who is going to conduct that study, and then December 31st to get us that study with the 1 6-month exception board staff can grant if there's good cause. And so that is the recommendation that I'll put out for this one.
Also move we accept staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendations on this issue. Any further comments or questions?
Let me just clarify that one more time. I'm sorry.
How many customers is in this district?
Oh, I can't tell you.
1,400? Is that right? I looked at it this morning, and for some reason, 1,400 sticking out. I could be wrong.
And they get that, what is it, the federal money related to upgrading sewer lines?
ARP money?
Yeah, they are. Did they get that during this, in the recent years?
They should have, yeah.
Okay. All right, I have no more questions.
And so to clarify, the current staff recommendation is to order Centerville to conduct a cost of service study to determine what their flat fee should be and the variable rate. And then whenever that is complete, they only charge the sewer access fee to be the monthly rate that is or the flat fee that is determined in the cost of service study. Do not charge the variable rate to those that only have, that aren't connected to the system. They have until September, the end of September, to send us a copy of the contract to conduct that work till the end of the year, 12/31, to send us the study and the implementation of that study. And then we can give a 6-month extension.
Ms. Vandersdale.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have a question in her remedy being sought. she's asking for refunds for, basically for overcharging. Is that going to be addressed in the study?
I'll leave that one up to y'all. If y'all want that to be part of the recommendation, sure, but I think board staff should remain silent about that one.
I just had one more comment for the board, having dealt with several small entities before. And I'm certainly supportive of doing a study in Centerville. What I've personally dealt with in other places, though, when you charge these variable rates for people that are on small sewer systems, you get 1, 2, 3 sales transactions down the road from the original person who had the opportunity to connect to sewer and chose not to stay on septic tank. Now, when the next person comes along and they do disclosure in their sales documents to whoever, and now you're 3 homeowners later, they're paying a sewer bill. They assume they're on a sewer bill, and until a septic tank fails, they do not know. And there's other potential civil issues there between the conveyance, between property owners. And so it's a more complicated issue than just that because of the way this, in my opinion, the way the state law is. That's why I asked Seth for clarification on the allowance of charging that rate or not, because a lot of people, if we establish a precedent, and once again, I have no issue. I think that's what T-Board's here to help people and help the consumer. But this would potentially impact several other people who are charging, and they come back, especially if there's a retroactive or some type of reimbursement involved.
I assume they'd still have to pay a hookup fee too. Hookup fee of several thousand.
A lot of them would have been hooked up initially with original grant dollars, or, when the Clean Water Act things happened back in the 70s and things that I've seen, but.
Mr. Giles?
Yep, so, one other question too. So she said that she was not given the opportunity to speak, and is that not a problem for that to occur? I mean, I thought she was, well, yeah.
So that's the problem for our purposes. The complainant has to have an adverse action from their local board before they can appeal to us or submit a complaint to us. In this case, we considered the failure to grant a hearing to be an adverse action.
And so is the local governing body, are they forced to allow the public comment? Like, are they?
Yes, they have to.
Has the customer approached them for the public comment period?
Have you attempted to speak to the council during the public comment period that they're required to have? Ma'am?
Yes, it talked about being put on the agenda, so I could speak, and have it where everyone could, whoever wanted to be there. And it should be in an email, in your packet.
Mr. Hampton, did you have a further comment or question?
Well, and we're getting the feasibility study,
Cost of service study.
cost of service study. Since, I mean, they directly put it in their, it's actually listed in page 27, what they plan on, the plan, and this document looks very old. So I wonder how long this policy has been around. Because this document is not, as you can tell, it doesn't look like it's written in even the late 2020s.
Sure.
But it was 105 section C. That's where they talk about the variable. So that means this is probably a decade-old problem.
It's 2014.
2014.
And so the one thing that I'll add there, Mr. Hampton, is this customer complaint isn't necessarily about whether the city followed its policies
Yeah.
or not. It's more about the justness and reasonableness of.
No, I understand that, but it's just.
I wanted that clear for the record. that That's
Okay,
what
yes,
this
sir.
is about. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's just that, so that's why I asked about the other grants, because if they had some grant money or some rural water where they had to justify putting in the lines and charging the sewer fee just so that they can meet the requirements. This seems older than that policy, So I would like to before they do the contract, say if do they have any supporting documents on why they selected this long ago? In addition to the fee, just defend this section and still do the, study.
Mr. Giles.
In my experience, the older bond covenants, which I had some, unfortunately I don't now, they required you to put at least that base fee in there, but not this variable fee on the upside. And then that's how you got your bond rating and all those things come together. But it was, I've not seen this.
I haven't seen it either. And,
Yeah, and our bond covenants they were pretty specific on what was required at the time, so.
Mr. Stone.
I have seen this before. Yeah, in Cumberland County, yeah. And that was incentive to get you to hook into the sewer.
Okay.
Because you're gonna have to pay it anyway. And to get people off the septic.
I've seen it in a couple.
You've seen it too.
In smaller areas that have less number of customers, that subsidize the cost.
Same as though.
Something you said earlier about future homeowners thinking that they're on sewer because they are getting a regular bill. The same thing could happen with utility. They could sort of lose track if they don't have a good mapping system. They could lose track and think this is a sewer customer because they're billed the exact same way as a sewer customer. So that's kind of troublesome to me. When we're looking into it, I think it's more than just a cost of service study. I think they need to consider, if they have been overcharging, there should be some consideration to refunds and make sure they have a good tracking system for who is and who isn't on sewer.
Yes.
And part of my thought process in this annual statement report, if we find out there's a lot who don't, then we could, I think, possibly require them to go back and inventory it, even, put a camera in there and count laterals, smoke test, whatever, to determine what's going on to protect the population in the future.
Yeah, I am hoping that this problem isn't nearly as widespread.
Absolutely. It's not.
So we still do have a motion out there with a second board recommendation. Does that need to be updated? Do we need to go?
No, I'll take whatever I said back.
Ross, just since it's been 19 minutes since you
Yes.
said it.
Okay, so here is the recommendation that's out there. For the city of Centerville to undergo a cost of service study to determine the fixed and variable costs of running their sewer system. After that's completed, they need to implement the results of that cost of service study to where customers who are not attached to the sewer system shall only pay the flat fee, the minimum bill in that cost of service study. By September, the end of September 30th, they will send us a copy of the contract to us to complete that work. By December 31st, they'll send us the study and the results and the proof of implementation of that study. And board staff can put a 6-month extension on one of the aforementioned deadlines, given a showing of good cause by the utility. Outside of that, there is going to be kind of a separate vote for the board to add to the annual information report, permit board staff to add information to the annual information report that will determine essentially how many utilities out there suffer or don't suffer, do this practice. So that is hanging out.
Any further questions, comments, discussion before we take a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We want to go ahead and do that second vote now.
Let's go ahead and do that one. So board, I'm just looking for the authority to update the annual information report to reflect what we just discussed, to see how many utilities out there actually charge sewer customers who are not attached to the sewer system, a variable rate on top of the fixed charge.
I'll make a motion that we accept staff recommendations.
A motion and a second to accept staff recommendations on adding that to the annual reporting. Any further discussion? None being, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so that finally gets through what should be the difficult part of the board meeting. Took us a little while to get there, but here we are. So let's see how we can get through the rest of it. So board, next we have the update cycle cases. And you'll find that on page 162 Board, this one's pretty straightforward. Those utilities right there have followed board directives. We're just looking to throw them into the update cycle, and we'll just monitor them for progress. And when they're ready, we'll bring them back in front of you to release.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second to accept the update cycle. Any further discussion, none being, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
All right, board, page 163, we have the release cases. You'll see there is a plethora of cases that we're looking to release from the T-board.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendation on the releases. Any further discussion?
Can I ask for just one or two updates on there's a couple in there, I think.
Yeah. So I don't mind to go through the list and kind of
Just maybe a brief on
Yeah,
this.
so Cold Springs Utility District, we are releasing them because they merged with the city of Mountain City. Bluntville Utility District, that's a normal one. They just followed. They're in positive now. They're not financially distressed. Oliver Springs, we're closing the administrative review case, but we still have a financial distress case out there. We just don't need the admin review case open any longer. Tiptonville, that's another one, typical financial distress. We're ready to get rid of that one. Tarpley Shop Utility District has merged with the South Giles Utility District, so we can close that case. Tuckaleechee Utility District, they're under new contract management and everything's looking positive there, so we don't need the case open any longer. Watertown, so Watertown, we are closing the administrative review case. You know, we did visit with Watertown a few weeks ago in June. And so if you recall, the Watertown administrative review case was opened because there were issues with TDEC. There were consent orders that weren't being followed. And then whenever we looked at it, we actually had none of their city council or board of mayor and aldermen, none of them were up to snuff on their training. No one had it completed. So myself and Megan went down there. We looked into Watertown. And in talking with the entire board of mayor and aldermen, when we reached out to them in last October to ask them, hey, why hasn't anyone gotten their training? The aldermen told us that they were told kind of a discrepancy on who said this, but allegedly they were told that training was only for employees of the utility. Once February rolled around, we followed up with them and said, get the training. And they said, oh, we have to get it. We told them yes. All of the aldermen received the training by the time we met with them in the middle of June, except for the mayor. The mayor did not complete the training by the time we went down there in June, and we had several issues trying to schedule a meeting to go down there. During the meeting with the mayor, Megan requested that the mayor get all of his training by July 1st. The mayor did confirm that he would get the training by July 1st, but he didn't end up completing it until like July 10th or so. And so he is up to date. We're not super pleased by how long it took to get into compliance, especially considering he's been the mayor as long as the training requirement has been in place since 2017. And I believe there was one other alderman who's been an alderman on and off since 2017 when the training law became available for WWFB entities. So there was frustration there, but unfortunately they are in compliance. They've started working with TDEC towards compliance with their order. But the other thing is Watertown still is financially distressed. The mayor does dispute the definition of financial distress. He believes because they have roughly $2 million in cash that they're not financially distressed. Obviously, we just disagree because, they were losing money hand over fist, along with having a lot of repairs needed for the utility. But that administrative review case is closed because there's nothing really left to do, but we still have a financial distress case open with them.
We'll probably have another order on it too.
And what's that going to be in regards to?
I hadn't looked specifically. I just know as far as EPA scoring goes, we have to do an order after a certain number, and they've hit that number again.
Gotcha.
And the order we had against them was signed August 16th, 2022. We got an agreed order April 9th of 2024.
Yeah, that's
so we had about as much luck as you did as far as getting.
So the mayor basically complies with state law whenever he determines that he needs to comply with state law. Just making sure I understand.
The mayor's
time
attorney,
commitment's a little bit sketchy too. I'm glad they
And
did.
so whenever we were having issues scheduling meetings with the mayor, we were informed that he also serves as the Wilson County Attorney. So he's the full-time county attorney, but he's also serving as the city mayor and they don't have like a city manager or anyone. So we're told that he's just too busy. So we want to close the admin review case. We still have the financial distress case. Webb Creek Utility District, that was an issue where we wanted to make sure that all of their commissioners were appointed properly. We have received opinion from their attorney. We think everything's okay and they're all appointed properly. And then the last one is the Witt Utility District. Y'all remember Witt Utility District being in front of us for a while, as a result of our Division of Investigations report regarding their previous manager, Ben Harris. Since then, Ben Harris has been, let go from the utility. He's no longer there. The new management at Witt, I haven't had any issues with them. It's my understanding that morale at the utility is up. Everyone enjoys working there now. They don't think that it's necessarily a toxic workplace. They're still working on fixing a lot of the problems, like just their records and stuff like that, just getting all of that good to go. But overall, we no longer have problems with the Witt Utility District. I can share that Ben Harris did plead guilty, or he entered into an Alford plea on, there was one count of theft, and then a count of official misconduct. But there's nothing really left for us to do to the Witt Utility District.
Any further questions or comments on the releases? We still have a motion to approve and a second. No further comments. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so next, page 164, we have delinquent audits. This is actually something new that we're doing here. We always have an issue whenever utilities don't have audits that get in on time, because how do we do our job if we don't know what their audits look like? So the entities of Deckard, who we already have a financial distress case with them. Graysville, I believe we also have a financial distress case with them. And Oneida, we might have released that a while ago. Regardless, they're not up to date on their audits. So we're just asking the listed recommendation there. They submit the audits to the board and to LGA by December 31st. The entity shall, I do want to amend paragraph 1 there, board. The entity, it says the entity must submit delinquent audits. We want that to say the entity must submit all audits, all outstanding audits, just because those entities do have an audit due on 12/31/2024. So we just want to make sure that we're getting the one that's going to be due and the ones that were previously due. So just make a note that the recommendation should say the entity must submit all outstanding audits. By September 15th, they have to tell us in LGA why they're behind. They're not allowed to issue any debt or receive any grants without express consent from us until those audits are received. And we can issue some extensions if we think there's good cause.
Make a motion to accept board recommendation.
Second.
Any comments, questions, Mr. Hampton?
So on this, Deckard, this is independent of the council member or the alderman that's made the news recently?
This is.
It's independent?
What's in
Yep.
the news?
Yeah, just independent. All right. That's all.
Still have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendations on these delinquent audits. Any further comments? None being, all in favor?
Aye.
That was intended to be the staff recommendation with, as amended.
That's right. Motion carries.
All right, so next, moving on to the manager cases, we have just a few here. The Town of Alexandria Board, I'm asking that we place them under administrative review. There are several managerial concerns and technical concerns, not necessarily financial concerns. Alexandria has been under the WWFP for a while. And I remember it was pretty long to get them financially okay. But now that we've just had multiple reports and complaints. I've included one of them that was fairly detailed. But we've just gotten a lot of complaints out of the Town of Alexandria's utility. And so we think at this point it would be prudent to place them under administrative review and request that we update y'all at the following meeting or whenever.
They've had 12 complaints since January about water pressure or water loss. and about a dozen, about twice that many the year before. I was also told by the field office, their operator was fired and they have 30 days to get a new operator. That clock stopped at July 30th.
Okay.
So there's a real good chance they're not going to have a certified operator on top of everything else.
Gotcha. So yeah, that would allow us to get in there. So
Make a motion, we accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendation on placing David Alexandria under administrative review. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I know this is in DeKalb County, but it would be helpful whenever you can, these small entities, if in parentheses after, if you can put what county.
yeah, we can provide that.
I mean, just all you can. It helps those of us that are up from other parts of the state. So.
Crazy you don't have it memorized like we do.
You've probably been in most of them.
Yeah, honestly. No, we can definitely take care of that, David. That's so board next, we have the town of Mason. You know, Mason's been in front of this board for a while now. And so at the one of the last actions that we've directed towards the town of Mason is we asked them to get a feasibility study done. We got the outcome of that feasibility study and essentially said this, you know, it is possible, it is feasible for Mason to hook onto Poplar Grove utility. Okay. But the problem is Mason signed an agreement with Alliance Water Resources. I want to say it was last October, maybe November, to be contract management, Alliance Water Resources. Well, the feasibility study essentially said, you know, it's feasible, yeah, but in order for Mason to do this merger, they're going to have to pay a whole bunch of money now to Alliance to terminate that contract. And so, you know, we said, yeah, that's fine, totally makes sense. As long as Alliance turns things around out there, that's what we're focused on, making sure that the customer is being taken care of. We are only wanting to make sure that the customer is being taken care of. Well, here's the problem is Alliance sent a letter, I want to say that it was, July 5th, so about 2 weeks ago, terminating the contract due to cause with the town of Mason. There's issues listed in that letter, staffing challenges, hostile environment, budget overruns, vendor reluctance, safety concerns, mitigating operational issues, equipment deficiencies, lack of investment. And so Alliance is pretty much saying, we can't help you because you're making it really difficult to help you because it doesn't seem like you want to help yourself. And so board, I have huge concerns about what is going to happen to the customers of Mason once Alliance Water Resources leave, because they were having trouble prior to Alliance being there of getting any help. You know, if you want to remember too, part of the reason that they came under us at the last meeting or the meeting before that was TDEC was having an issue with them getting a certified operator because no one really wanted to work there. So I'm just concerned we're about to be back into that. I don't have a recommendation right now, but something does need.
From the previous recommendation to Poplar Grove, were they opposed to?
So I have not spoken with like the board of Poplar Grove Utility District. What I can say is that there were conversations that were had, you know, last year whenever we were originally going through this, and you know, they were willing to do what was right for the community and help them, and probably that would lead to a merger, but we really didn't get far enough along in the talks, but they were willing to at least do a managerial agreement. I would expect that would lead to a merger, but Poplar Grove is willing to do what's right for the community, but they haven't necessarily been approached by Mason to figure out what that solution is yet.
Can I throw in some other verbiage?
Sure.
Our field office says they, even with Alliance in charge, for the last 6 months, they have not been turning in monthly reports on sewer or drinking water. They've also, somehow or another, their sewer system, sewage treatment system, isn't built to be able to tell whether they're in compliance or not.
How's that?
Well, that's a Wade Murphy question, you know.
Okay, yeah.
But somehow it's not set up to even, so, you know, we can't even tell if they're in compliance with the permit. So I really think we ought to do the same thing we did with some of the others and say, you need to negotiate with Poplar Grove. I'll make a motion for that.
Okay. So I will say, if y'all want to go down that path, I don't necessarily need a recommendation or an order right now, because we already have the statutory authority, because we've done the feasibility study to go have the public hearing. So I just want to make sure that that is the direction that the board is essentially going to direct us to go in.
That's fine.
So if y'all want to, I guess let's do that. Let's do an order for us to go do that public
What
hearing.
kind of time frame do we need to give?
Well,
September 30th?
So that's the thing. We will go have that public hearing and bring the outcome of that public hearing to the next T-Board meeting in October.
Okay.
So you would just be ordering board staff to go have that public hearing prior to October 24th, 2024.
Okay.
Mr. Giles, Yeah, I completely concur with you. Last October, I think it was October, I'm the one who actually said, let's give them a little time. They told us they were going to try to do the right thing, and now I can make the argument that they're doing worse now than they were then. So I completely concur, and I'll second that motion.
So was that a motion? Do we have a motion?
Yep.
Motion and a second to move forward with,
Move forward with merger proceeding.
Yeah, move forward with board staff going to conduct the public hearing.
public hearing. That's right. Nice. Yeah. Any further discussion? Naveen, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, board, moving right along to the city of Spencer, page 173. This seems like a pretty large part of the packet, but I will say that hopefully it shouldn't be that confusing for you. So, and I do want to be clear at the beginning of all this, Anthony Pelham did say that he was going to recuse himself from this because Anthony, as a representative of Warren County Utility District, they are seeking a merger with the city of Spencer to acquire the city of Spencer's utility, which we think is a great idea. We've been after this. We think that Spencer is going to thrive because the utility work that Anthony and what Warren County Utility District are able to provide. So as part of this merger agreement, Warren County Utility District has come forth to the T-Board to ask for some stuff here. So just moving along through the staff summary. So request one, $1 million grant from the Utility Revitalization Fund to subsidize the cost of the merger. Well, board, here's the problem, is we used to have $1.5 million in Utility Revitalization Fund, but the legislature took that money away in the last session and sent it somewhere else in the state. So now that balance is at zero. So what I am requesting here is essentially so essentially what we're going to be asking for is just a positive recommendation from the board that if we would have had that money, that we would have provided it, just because Spencer is one of the most distressed utilities in Tennessee, and I think we need to show a commitment from the state that we really want to see them succeed. And so we had the money, I'd love to give it, but unfortunately we just don't have the money. So that's one thing that we're going to be asking for in the recommendation. Request two, approve Warren County Utility District's asset valuation of roughly $2.8 million for Spencer System. Whenever there's a merger between two utilities, the acquiring utility gets to revalue the utility that they're grabbing. And so Warren County, in working with their engineer and their auditor, essentially came up with $2.8 million as the new value for Spencer's utility. We don't dispute the value that they provided, and I would ask for a positive concurrence there. Request three, approve Warren County Utility District's intent to utilize the modified approach of depreciation on newly constructed PDEC ARP assets until all ARP facilities are completely constructed and in service. There's so much work that needs to be done in Spencer. It's crazy. And so until all that stuff gets done, the accounting is going to be a little wonky. And to make it as less of a burden on the customers as possible, Warren County Utility District, under Anthony's guidance, has kind of come up with a plan on how they want to do it. So board, my position is, as long as it follows GAAP, GASB, the auditors on board with it, engineers on board with it, I have no problem with them doing anything that they need, especially in consideration of the modified approach to the depreciation. Again, as long as GAAP and GASB agree, I don't have any issues with them doing whatever they need and their auditor agree. And then request four, approve Warren County Utility District Spencer to rescind the pending August 2020 rate increase. So one of the last board orders was for Spencer to follow a rate study, and that's going to, part of that is a rate increase in August 24. And speaking with Anthony, it doesn't seem like that rate increase should be implemented for a multitude of reasons. It may be unnecessary, but really, as Anthony's getting in there and seeing, what the cost really should be and transitioning everything over to Warren County, it's just better to kind of let the chips fall, figure out what the finances are really like, especially as things are moved out of the utility fund and adequately given to the general fund. And so I am going to request that the board does not rescinds the previous order to do that rate increase. So the staff recommendation is this. One, and I think this is important, this board needs to commend Warren County Utility District for working diligently. They've focused on public service because at the end of the day, the Warren County Utility District, their charge isn't Spencer's customers. Their charge is their own customers. And the fact that the fact that Anthony's willing to do all this work, I don't know if willing's the term because it's his job, but
Gross mistake.
but he's doing the right thing. And Warren County Utility District is doing the right thing. And I think that, we should memorialize that through commendation of this board. And then also Spencer for agreeing to work with the Warren County Utility District. Obviously we have the authority to force a merger, and we haven't had to. Spencer at first was a little reluctant, but I think that they've started to see that if you want what's best for the customers, the citizens of Spencer, that Warren County Utility District is it. Because, there is some confusion up there about Warren County Utility District. Are they Warren County or are they Utility District? I want to be very clear to everyone listening. Warren County Utility District is not a subsidiary of Warren County. They are merely there to represent their utility customers. They're doing the right thing. And Spencer's commitment to its customers through pursuing this merger is, again, something that should be commended. Furthermore, we should issue a resolution that expresses the desire to fill Warren County Utility District's grant request of $1 million to mitigate the cost of the merger if the funds were available. Concur with Warren County Utility District's asset valuation for Spencer's system, and concur with Warren County Utility District's depreciation plan as long as it in compliance with GAAP.
Yeah, I'll make one other comment there.
Yes.
Good. Just going back to that, and I know online you've got Mayor Alyssa Farmer's pictures turned on now.
Mhm.
You have Warren County Utility District Board President Glenn Mitchell, and then Council Michael Corley. One other thing would be just if the board has any comments whatsoever, because part of the statutory portion of this is a petition submitted to amend our charter to take on sewer, because currently Warren County Utility District does not provide sewer services. As we are taking over, that's something we have to follow through. I've got a statutory public meeting scheduled next Tuesday at the Warren County Executive Annex. But if there's anybody has any questions or concerns about Warren County Utility District taking over sewer operations or amending our charter for sewer operations, that's one of the other things is that petition for any comment.
Sure. Yeah, and sorry I neglected to bring that up, board, but Anthony is correct. Elisa Farmer from Spencer is available as long as Mike Corley and Glenn Mitchell from Warren County Utility District. So if anyone has any questions, it would be appropriate to address them towards them.
Hampton, you're recognized.
All right, so this is one I've read a lot. I read this one probably the most. Request number 1, and this is to the board staff. Understand the desire to positively affirm this, but based on y'all's knowledge of the state legislature, will this happen will the funds be returned in the next 6 months?
No, so I mean, the only way they could be returned is if, and I don't even think returned is the correct word. It's
just made available. Just made available.
So I mean, that could only happen in the next legislative session. So whenever the next budget is passed, don't know if a request is going to be made to refill that. However, on kind of a side note, and I've made this personal professional commitment, not necessarily on behalf of y'all, but just me and my role to Warren County Utility District and Spencer, that I'm going out of my way to talk to other parties to try to find a way to supplement the $1 million that we can't provide.
Okay. Doesn't SR State Revolving Fund, don't they have some money set aside for mergers as well?
So kinda, and I have been talking with the SRF, EDAC SRF folks. Part of that is it just takes so long to get through SRF. And we need money now. And unfortunately, bureaucracy is a slow moving machine. SRF is definitely part of that.
And candidly, this would be a great fund. I would hope someday, and we've had some discussion about this, where every year there was $1 million appropriated so we could help solve some of these problems. Because if we had the money, there are a lot of problems in the state that could be solved.
And if I can offer maybe some firsthand comment, there are ancillary costs that aren't covered by anything. Our attorney's fees, Spencer's attorney's fees, having to get surveys where I'm having to subdivide property, the conveyance from all Spencer tracks to Warren County Utility District tracks. Just any other professional sidebar services, things that just come up in all the minutia of taking over, software upgrades where I'm having to commonize between their operating system, the hours, the migration of data, just things that are having to be subsidized that we're having to cover just for taking them over.
I'm not discounting the desire or
No.
need of it.
Yeah.
It's just that we're voting on something that
It doesn't exist.
We know at this time and cannot envision in the near future that we could have a positive impact in getting the funds to the
And
Warren Utility District.
I think everybody, and I'm sorry, to interrupt. I was going to say, we understand that. It's just a matter that if those funds ever become available,
Okay.
that there was kind of a hope for a commitment to maybe revisit the issue.
All right, well, okay, request number 2. The evaluation of the assets. All right, seeing that, like the first line says, it's not a typically thing that we're involved in.
Yeah.
And the engineers and the auditors and everyone who is managing the direct finances of this merger, I don't feel comfortable us voting on saying that this is the number.
Okay.
Just because if everyone else has agreed, then that's great. It'd be different if y'all were in dispute and you came to us with one entity wanted this value and the other entity thought it would be different. That to me, yes, deserves us discussing, but seeing everyone is agreeing, I would abstain from voting because I don't think that's something.
I can tell you that was more agreement on all the other utility
Yeah.
parties. It was more of our accountant
Yeah.
wanting just some type of comment or no opposition from T-Board from the state for what that value estimate was. And so not necessarily concurrence, but that there wasn't a dispute because of the way we come up with the value of the assets.
Well, I would say because you have the auditor and maybe local government audit,
Yeah.
to discuss it, but not the board.
So I guess to feel, just to ensure that we don't rock the boat.
Yeah.
So instead of saying that we concur with the asset valuation, just kind of striking that and instead making it clear that we don't have opposition, but we don't necessarily have a positive recommendation on it. Like we're just staying silent because there's nothing wrong.
Okay. right.
I'm fine with that. I don't think that's going to cause a problem with your auditor. Because again, the engineer saying it's good and all the money people are saying it's good. We really, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as the comptroller knows next year's audits for Spencer and Warren County are gonna look a little bit weird when you take assets off of theirs and they book onto ours.
Yeah.
What if you put something like we agree with the asset valuation instead of approve it or something? Does that help? Does it matter?
I still would abstain or vote against that word. And the request number 3 related to the modified depreciation. How long would that?
Projected FY 27, 28. Just so all ARP grant contracts are gonna be firefights anyways to get done by September 26th.
Okay.
So FY 26, 27 is gonna be into that year.
Okay.
My projection is that we would take whatever those construction contract asset values are, and that they would land in 27, 28, or come on for that next fiscal year after all those contracts are done.
Okay.
And there's a pro forma in the back of there that shows that as well.
All right. And number 4, rescind the rate increase. When, after the merger, how many, will it be 1 or 2 years after the merger, you will do a rate study?
Yes.
Okay.
I would anticipate, I think their fiscal is July 1, June 30, just like ours. So I'm going to be mid this year. I'm going to anticipate all of next year and kind of getting through that 26 time period.
Yeah.
And then once we get those ARC contracts closed out, we're going to do a thorough cost of service analysis on it.
All right. I yield. That's it.
And I'll be happy.
Anything else?
And once again, there are the
I know
representatives from Spencer and Warren County staff available if there's any other questions that I can't answer, but I'll be happy.
So with that, even in light of Mr. Hampton's comments, staff recommendation is going to keep the recommendation as written. However, if the board wants to reflect Mr. Hampton's comments and change them, I'll leave that up to the board. I will say, I have no opposition to what Mr. Hampton offered. It's just, let's just go with the staff recommendation as written, unless y'all want to change it, we can change it in order.
Hampton.
All right, so to make it easier, could we vote on recommendation number 2 separately? So I could just say no, but be positive on everything else. And so it's just that one thing, and I don't hate to vote no for the whole thing when it's really just a 1
So
second.
if you look at the staff recommendation.
Yes, sir.
Page, so your issue is with item 4.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And so, I mean, if you want, you could just make a motion that we approve 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Okay. And then, all right, well, I'll make a motion that we accept staff recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 5. I'll second it.
So what do we do with 4 then? Because
It just wouldn't pass, but I don't
think
it's gonna. cause
do
a
anything,
conflict
yeah,
or
okay,
anything.
that's my question.
But that might get talked.
I mean, I don't think as long as our auditor is good with that and his comptroller didn't have an issue when we.
Comptroller's office won't have it.
So, okay, so it's not an issue for me.
So we have a motion and a second to accept 1, 2, 3, and 5. Do we have any further discussion? Dean, all those in favor?
Oh, well, it's one, sadly. And the order number 1 after that, the rate study part, because that was not listed in 1, 3, and 4. I want that to be,
But
that was,
since that's gonna be another order to another entity, we'll do that as another vote.
yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
Motion still stands, 1, 2, 3, and 5. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Okay. So now we
Please
have
don't
that
mind
order
me.
that's gonna go, and address Warren County Utility District. Now we have another recommendation that would address the city of Spencer. And Spencer shall cancel any planned rate changes and shall not make any changes to rates or rate structures without consent of board staff, and approving or disapproving any changes to rates or rate structures. Board staff shall consult with Warren County Utility District so long as WCUD and Spencer remain in good faith negotiation to execute a merger of their utility system.
I make that motion.
Second.
Motion and second to accept staff recommendations on the city of Spencer suspending the rate increase. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, board, y'all have been hearing about me and everything since 10 o'clock this morning, and I'm happy to pass the microphone off to Ben. Ben's going to start talking about East Tennessee.
What a break for about.
Go ahead. I'll leave that up to y'all to discuss.
A break.
We do, we're going to adjourn, recess 5 minutes.
10 minutes is cool.
Meeting is back in order. Thank you.
All right. Okay, board. So moving on to East Tennessee, we've got 2 here. The first one is Brownlow Utility District. And so what's going to happen here? They are your run-of-the-mill financial distress. They're actually behind on an audit right now. But once we got their 22 audit in, we did see that they had negative statutory net position for 2 years, 21, 22. And they've also, you can see there's they filled out their survey. They've got a few things that they've noted, but essentially what it boils down to is we are recommending that a rate study be carried out by a third party. Right now we have noted that we want a contract back by October 31st for that third party rate study. And then, in addition to that as well, we also want the March 31 to be the date that we would actually get that rate study back. So, is there any questions on that one?
I'll have one comment. When staff puts those March 31 dates, does that have, and I know we have to set next year's calendar, but does that have an eye that that date may land before the first?
So honestly, normally we have March meetings, so that could be after the first T-Board meeting.
Because then if you did, you're then looking at another 4 or 5 months before it would come before the board, if there were an issue.
Move some other ones up a little sooner. We can shift them both back a month, maybe, or.
End of February.
I mean, I think either give them time to come back to June or July meeting, or you pull them ahead to where you'd be able, just going to comment out.
Yeah. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and say, end of February to have that thing done. And then also we'll go ahead and add the language as well about the, if we see fit, we can give them a 6-month extension there.
Chairman, I'd make that motion with the revisions as stated by staff recommendation.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendations on Brownlee Utility District. Any further discussion? None being, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
All right, moving right along here. So I think I pronounced this one wrong a couple times, but I believe it's Luttrell.
It is Luttrell.
Luttrell, did I get it that time? Okay. I had to work on that one. But anyways, so what's going on here? This is a financial distress. They've been under the board going back since 2016. And essentially what's happened is we continue to get audits coming back from them where they're in the negative. The most recent one was, you see a breakdown below also where they continue to go negative. And so what we're suggesting, this is just, we want to get them caught up and we want to get them out from underneath the board. So what we have recommended here in this case with Luttrell is going ahead and recommending a rate study to be carried out, as well as a feasibility study with Luttrell, Blaine, Coreyton, UD, as well as other surrounding utility districts in the area. Again, this is cleanup from something that's been going on for probably a little too long.
Looks like item 4, the date should be 25 instead of 20.
Yeah, and so I think, yeah, exactly. Those dates would have aligned with that other one, so we can make that adjustment. We can go ahead and say end of February, have it completed, and then we'll also add language. We can add the language for 6-month extension if we need to.
Chairman, with those revisions, I would recommend to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion and a second to accept staff recommendation. Any further discussion? None being, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
I note that's where Kenny Chesney is from.
No way.
All right, board, for Middle Tennessee, we have First Deckard. They were also under us for a delinquent audit. We're missing the 22 and 23 audit for them. They have also been under us since 21 for financial distress. I've been in contact with Jim Marshall extensively, and we agreed on this staff recommendation of the extension till December 31st for the rate study.
Motion, we accept staff recommendation.
We did include subpoena language in there just because of our experience working with Deckard.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendations on the city of Deckard.
Can I ask one question before you take a vote? Ms. Megan, I noticed on there, but the statutory change in that position is significant change that drops off in 21. Is there any comment as to what that was? That just additional debt on a project or something?
We aren't sure at this time because they've had such terrible record keeping and we are missing those other 2 audits.
Thank you.
I've been in contact with their CPAs as well. We believe it's items that were capitalized incorrectly, but we're not totally sure at this time.
What we were told by the auditor, but I think there still is an issue with the record keeping. What we were originally told as of now is that those were items that were expensed that should have been capitalized. And so whenever we get the audits, we might see things restated. We don't really know, but it is alarming that things were expensed that much that should have been capitalized.
Any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
All right, moving on to Huntland. This was an administrative review that we did. We met with the mayor, city recorder, and governing body in March, Ross and I. The town started a sewer project in 2018. It's still going on. It is looking like it's being finished. It's approximately $2.5 million over budget. We did discuss that with them. They think that the cost overruns are really just material and labor is going up. And They chose not to, despite the advice of the engineers and the contractors, to complete the project in stages. They did it all at once. So the town alerted us about, and TAUD, about possible changes in the contracts that they were having and different legal concerns surrounding that. There was not much we could offer or do because they signed all of the contracts for payment. So at this point, we're concerned about the financial well-being of the sewer fund and its ability to be self-sustaining. They aren't under us for financial distress, but they're definitely heading that way. They recently requested an interfund loan from LGF for $300,000, and we just have a lot of concerns that the sewer fund is not going to be able to repay the general fund for that. That being said, we'd like to order a rate study. And that we also asked for that in terms of the debt request that they asked for LGF, but we'd like it to be formalized in an order. Are there any questions?
You mind if I give an update?
It's up to Chairman Moody.
So that's.
I believe that's Doug Porter, the
I'm city recorder for Huntland.
5 minutes?
We can give you 5 minutes, Mr. Porter.
All right. Just to give you an update, we have 230 of the 260 cases. Our sewer customers hooked up. Our SRF funds are coming in, scheduled to come in today, the remainder of them. So we're hoping that we don't need the $300,000 loan. We would like to request that 150,000 operations be freed up in case we need them for cost overruns and replacement parts. Right now, the proposal that we would like to make is that we submitted our budget based on a positive cash flow and a paper loss, and I don't think you guys like that. So our proposal is that we submit a budget that will
Mr. Porter, this is not the venue for you to express these concerns. If you have any questions or concerns for the board in terms of what we've discussed or in terms of them ordering a rate study, all of those other questions would be directed to LGF in terms of the budget or your debt request.
Gotcha. All right. I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, board?
Should we accept staff recommendations?
I second.
Thank you very much.
We have a motion and a second to set staff recommendations on the town of Huntland. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
I am up here one last time, board, and then I will turn it over to Ross to close us out for the day. If you go down to page 205, we'll skip ahead a little bit since 3 of my cases have already been discussed before the board. This is First Utility District of Hardin County. It is 2 years decrease in net position, 22 and 23, pretty straightforward. They returned the questionnaire with us. They accommodated staff requests. There was only one area that we noted in the questionnaire, and that was just that they hadn't completed a rate study in the last 5 years. The board order is for a rate study to be performed, and then there's those due dates for September 26, 2024 and June 30th, 2025 for completion. There's an extension in there. Like I said, pretty straightforward, but I'd be more than happy to answer any questions y'all might.
Chairman, I move to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendations. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
All right. Know y'all missed me, board. Let's get this thing wrapped up. So the next thing that we are moving on to, the computer logs in, is
So it's the promulgation of rules.
Yep, and I'm just trying to get to what page that is. Looks to be page 216. So this is promulgation of rules, and I'm going to turn this over to Seth.
And there's not much here. The rules have undergone what looks like pretty significant revisions since last time I brought them to you. And
Keep your mic on, Seth.
Nope. The rules have undergone what looks like pretty significant revision since last time I brought them to you. And since it wouldn't really affect the timeline for actually getting them promulgated, I wanted to bring them again. I want to thank Don Scholes and Sheila Reed for their extensive review of the rules. They're much better than they would have been otherwise. The changes have not really been significant. They've mostly been to form and then kind of just streamlining some things. But I wanted to see if anyone had any comments, anything that they'd like to change, work on, anything else before I proceed with them. Other than that, I'll proceed with the normal process of promulgating rules.
Any comments or questions from board members?
You do need a vote on that, right? No, a vote. Okay. All right. So no vote on that one. Y'all, if we're ready for the next item, which is going to be on page 230. All right. So this is kind of new. This didn't really exist under the Utility Management Review Board or the Water and Wastewater Financing Board. However, this is a utility manual, and I want to give a massive thank you to Megan Hufstadter for starting this, putting a lot together, and then a huge thank you to Sheila Reed, my boss, the Director of Local Government Finance, for adding a lot of additional information and formatting. And between the two, they put in an extensive amount of work to make this manual. The idea behind this manual is it's going to just be a good resource for utilities out there, kind of talking about good practices, what we recommend, but also how this board operates, because a lot of times people don't really understand what it is that we do. So board, what I am going to ask is for a positive vote on this for us to kind of adopt this as our manual. And as time goes, we can continue to update it and make changes, and it will be available on the comptroller's website for utilities to access. And so again, a massive thank you to Megan and Sheila for the work that they put in, and Seth, had a lot of insight as well.
Could I make a tiny point? There's no big deal if you do.
Sure.
But on page 272, where you say TDEC does air quality, water resources, solid waste, could you add public water systems and sewer systems?
Sure.
In some fashion? Because the reason I say that is because in a lot of states, the drinking water program is in the health department.
Okay.
So it kind of.
So public water and wastewater services, is that what you said? Okay. Yeah, we can add that.
I know we don't want to get it confused with T-Board's job.
No, sure. No, that's totally fine. I understand.
But like I said, a lot of states, we're
separate. Yeah. Sure.
And I'll move we accept and thank everybody who's been working.
Yeah, there's a lot there. It's very impressive.
On the PDF copy on page 244, looks like you left a comment on here, Ross. So this sentence that you are still working to reword.
Yeah, I think we can remove that. We're not going to leave that in the document published. Obviously, there's still like some formatting stuff that needs to be done with this document. But really, it's just the content that's there that we're looking to get approved. And we'll send our communications folks and get it all prettied up and posted on our website.
Okay.
And again, this isn't, a end-all be-all document. If anything is found later on and we want to amend this at our next meeting, we can definitely do that then too, but I think it's.
Oh, well, this is not a comment thing, but it's a page 258, willing to remove from manual. Which section is that referring to on the PDF? It's highlighted.
Okay, so that is a good point. So that has to do with the utility relocation loan fund.
Okay.
So this is something that's been outstanding for a while that we're seeking some clarification on. And once we receive that clarification, we'll figure out how to list it in the manual. This weird loan fund that existed a while ago, it was used. There's only one loan still outstanding from this fund, and it's with Fayetteville that's due to mature in 2025. After that, fund is kind of defunct. Right now, it stands that we approve those loans. I don't know the last time we got an application for it. So we're just trying to figure out what's going to happen with this, figure out how to talk about it in the manual.
Okay.
Have a motion to approve the utility manual. Do we have a second?
I second.
Motion and a second to approve the utility manual. Any other comments or questions? On the hearing, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
All right, board. So the last topic is this proposal for handling growth in Tennessee utilities. Y'all have heard me talk. I've said it in this meeting. I've said it in pretty much every training I ever do. And it comes down to depreciation. You know, depreciation is the boogeyman of Tennessee utilities. People like to blame all their problems on it, when in reality, it's a really good tool if they're using it right. So, as you know, the Blue Oval City out in West Tennessee, a lot of those tiny, tiny rural communities are seeing a lot of growth, but they're scared to spend money because they think depreciation is just going to bankrupt their customers. They're not going to be able to afford it. However, there is kind of a good argument there, right? Because if you're saying I need to build a whole new water treatment plant or a whole new wastewater treatment plant to see the growth, but we're going to have to start paying for it up front in the depreciation to make sure they don't come under our board. But the customers haven't moved there to necessarily justify that new treatment plant. Kind of hard, you know, chicken or the egg argument, right? So essentially, and I would like to give a huge thank you to Steve Osborne, Assistant Director of Local Government Finance, my counterpart, for putting this together. So essentially what he's done is he said, all right, listen, in order to help utilities understand what the T-Board would want to see before we say, listen, you need to do a rate study and implement a rate increase while you're doing a massive project, this kind of lays out what we would want to see in order for board staff to kind of tell the board, hey, we're comfortable with deferring action until, because, you know, we sometimes see this. There was a case with Wartburg Utility back in 2019 when they wanted to start a new school. And so because of that, they needed to get started in the sewer business, or they needed to get the schools onto the sewer or something like that, where we essentially said, all right, we're not going to ask you to do a rate increase for a while. Let's get this wastewater treatment plant up and running. Let's go for a few years. Let's let all the numbers fall, and then we'll figure out what the rates need to be. Kind of what we're saying is you're allowed to do that, but what Steve has done is he made it pretty clear about what needs to be submitted to us for us to be able to say, listen, board, we think growth is going to happen. We think this is a good plan. Let's kind of commit to them that we're going to defer action unless for some reason action is necessary. Because like I said, there are a lot of areas in Tennessee that are growing and they're just struggling with, I need to go put a $10 million plant in, but does that mean that I'm going to have to start charging my customers 2 times what their rate normally is? Because their cash flow might be okay, but their income statement could hurt because of that depreciation line item. And so obviously if it's driven by debt, you got to find that money somewhere. But if it's driven by grants, then we're just talking about an income statement problem and not necessarily a statement of cash flows problem. So I really like the plan that Steve put together, and board, I'm looking for a positive vote, essentially saying that, yes, this is something that we can offer to utilities if they're seeking some sort of lenience from the T-Board on maybe any rate action based on growth that they're seeing. And a lot of this stems from the TDEC ARP money out there.
Comment. I fully understand what you're doing there, and obviously this is not far off from what I was asking for the deferred, depreciation, or at least using the modified approach method for Spencer for the new ARP. To me, I guess the problem is going to be is if you do this or just deferring taking action, they're still going to take some pretty bad negative hit whenever, as soon as you book that asset. Yeah. And start to depreciate it. And so,
sure. And so I want to be clear that this is something that we're going to use in unique situations. And it's not like board staff is going to get this plan and then never tell y'all about it. This is something that we'll bring in front of y'all. We'll see the pro formas. We'll see what it actually looks like. So no, I understand what you're saying is that things are going to be a little tough in the interim. And as long as we're showing that it's going to be okay in the long run, that's when. But yeah, I do want to be clear. We get one of these plans, I'm still bringing it to y'all. But I do completely agree with what you're saying. Utilities need to operate with caution when they're about to take this hit. And you better be pretty darn sure that you're going to have the growth if you're about to put in a whole lot of infrastructure.
Yeah. My other comments, I would not even thought to ask what I asked for in Spencer if we hadn't had was it MTAS that had the proposal for Bean Station?
Sure. Yeah. And so I think that this is just really, again, it gets people thinking of how to ask for this, but I'm comfortable with this, and I would hope that y'all are, because I think it'll offer a solution to a lot of utilities that are struggling on, we want growth to happen, but we don't want to burden our current ratepayers or something. I mean, I get it. I do understand what they're coming from. It's just kind of a difficult So again, I'm asking for a positive vote on this from y'all, just that you affirm this. This is what you would like to see if a utility does seek some sort of
Chairman, I move
lenience
to
from y'all.
approve or affirm that for, in unique special situations of.
And there's no guarantee that we get one of these plans that you're going to be given that lenience, right? Like this is just what we would want to see.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept the proposal for handling growth in Tennessee utilities. Any further discussion? None appearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so that is the end of our meeting, and I'm not going to keep y'all too long. Just have one last thing to say. I understand that these meetings are a marathon, and there's going to be growing pains while we figure this thing out. And I have some ideas of how to make them speed up in the future, which I'll be sharing with y'all individually. Again, I'm going to talk to everyone individually about some ideas that I have, and we're going to brainstorm internally because I know that this is difficult. But again, I really do appreciate y'all being here, sitting here, and just getting through this. And we're going to figure it out. We're going to make these things better, but it is what it is. I do think that we have a lot of impact. We do a lot of good across Tennessee. And so I am very appreciative for the effort that y'all put in. So thank y'all. I don't have anything else. I'm ready to get out of here.
Do we have any other board members, any comments? I would like to say anything. I'd like to thank everybody for being here. Thank the staff, thank the board members, thanks everybody that came before the board today. I'll entertain a moment,
Motion.
I'll adjourn, yes.
Moment to adjourn.
We are adjourned.
Thank y'all.
Guys,